You are in
I'm in the ground, Chair. I'm about to visit a project. So, yeah.
Good.
Okay.
Thanks very much. Let me welcome everybody and open the meeting officially. Secretary, can we put the can we fly the agenda? There is the agenda, honorable members. If you are business-like, we should be done earlier. Can I get a mover for the adoption of the agenda? Can I get a mover for the adoption of the agenda?
Good morning, Chair, and everybody. I move for the adoption of the agenda, Chairperson. Thank you.
Hello, welcome to the agenda. Good to be in your company this Wednesday.
Thank you very much, Honorable Khaikilo. Can I get a seconder for the adoption of the agenda?
I'll second, Chair.
Honorable Abada.
Morning, Chair. Sorry, I didn't raise my hand, but I saw nobody was raising this, so I thought I'll just chip in.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That is the agenda that will guide us for today's meeting. Can we move to the next item, which is apologies? Secretary.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to all of our guests in the platform. Chairperson, I received an apology from the Deputy Minister. She is not going to join us today due to prior departmental arrangements. The Minister is requesting to be released early, and the MEC for KZN as well as the one for Free State Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. I think
my apologies, Chair.
Yes.
And I also received an apology from the DG that he will join even though he is not feeling well. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Those are the apologies, honorable members. Unless there is a serious opposition, I take that accepted. Yeah, I don't see any hand opposing. I think members are agreeing with me that the apologies are accepted. If we can be businesslike so that by the time we release, if they are going to request to be released early, I think we'll agree that if we can agree that we will take both KZN and Free State, then get into discussions before they leave, and then take Eastern Cape and Western Cape, get into discussions so that we are able to allow them to leave earlier, KZN and the Free State. I'm not going to make a lot of remarks in the interest of time, but just to say, I think today is our last meeting of the year. Secretary, am I correct?
100%, Chairperson.
Yes, today is our last meeting of the year as a portfolio committee. Unless there is something that is urgent, may arise. If it arises, then we'll have to reconvene. I'm still waiting. I had a discussion with the Honorable Gamede about an issue. I'm still waiting for him to send me a report as we agreed so that we determine the agency of the matter. We discussed offline. I think we'll still take forward our discussions offline. Tomorrow I'm having a meeting with the House Chair to discuss our intention to do a study tour to Brazil. And once the House Chair has indicated his consent or approval, members will be briefed accordingly. We met with the Tlhano Forum. I briefed the minister about their concerns. When I didn't manage to get the DG, but today I spoke to the DG. I briefed him about our meeting with the Tlhano Forum and what is their expectation. Tomorrow we're meeting with a delegation of Communicare. Remember in our in the other meeting, the DG promised that he will convene a meeting between himself or National Department of Human Settlements, the provincial one, and the city of Cape Town, just to request them to suspend the evictions. We're meeting with their delegation tomorrow to send the same message, and the DG will also continue it with his side of the issue. MC Beng, DG or DDG Ngaka, MC Beng would like to get an update on her issue. And we just, as a committee, will need an update on the progress regarding Tate Khaswe's house. Now, next year, unlike other years, we're coming back in January. And there's a lot of work that needs to be done in January. And the DG Minister will remember that we requested that we get a presentation regarding HDA's acquired properties. What is the plan? We also have an outstanding report regarding the plan of Shra with regard to the blocked projects. And we still have an outstanding KZN oversight report that we need to check whether resolutions of the committee have been implemented. And the DG was represented by DDG Nana, I think, if we can get that report. And we'll also expect a report, Northwest Oversight Progress Report with regard to resolutions of the committee. With regard to Free State, we have discussed, we're just waiting we're just left with one municipality that could not attend the other meeting. So we'll still re-invite them to the meeting just to give the committee a feedback. Having said that, thank you. I see Honorable Gamede's hand before I give it to the Minister. Honorable Gamede.
My background is not right, so I'll go off the camera. I wanted to respect the meeting. No, Chairperson, I wanted to talk to what you have just said now relating to the issue that I brought to the committee. Chairperson, I'm no longer going to send you any report. I wish to submit that. Can we use the information or the communication that I've sent to you and the secretary about the agents of the of the issue that I needed us to talk about or to discuss? I am not going to send any other information. If it happens that the chairperson or the committee does not see any agent of the matter, I will try other avenues. But I'm no longer going to send any other information related to that. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I wanted to put it on the record.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gamere. Thank you very much. Can I invite the Minister to address the committee? I think I've welcomed all members on the platform, the MECs from provinces, the HODs from provinces, and delegation from provinces. Minister, we have 4 provinces today. You'll recall that last time we had discussions with 5 provinces last week. So today we are having discussions with the remaining 4 provinces, KZN, Free State, Eastern Cape, and Western Cape. We still continue with the reports with regard to readiness for the rainy season. Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair and honorable members of the portfolio. Good morning. Let me appreciate the opportunity given to us as well, including our concurrent function, which relates to provinces. Chair, I did indicate at our first round, as we have indicated, that we were able to do all the 9 rounds to provinces, not only focusing on the preparations for disaster, but in the main also focusing on the forecast and plan year ahead in terms of improvement on the delivery of the services that we are mandated to do. Chair, I would like to emphasize, and really I did indicate last, my appreciation mainly to the MEC of Free State and the MEC of Northwest. Northwest appeared in the past, the previous cycle. Honorable members will recall that when I arrived and we were at the beginning of, or rather the beginning of the calendar year, we had very serious challenges in the 2 provinces, Northwest and in Free State. I've worked so extremely well with the MECs that you will begin to see a sign even when we see our quarter report in terms of reports. I think Free State, as we speak, it's in the 80% range. And this has happened lastly, I can't even recall when was the state that Free State is in now. Chair, that shows that if oversight from your side, ourselves, and the provinces cooperate and work together, we don't take only oversight as an exercise that seems to be against an institution or a province, but we take it as a learning. We will do see a change. And the same with the Northwest, we turn back their business plan after your oversight, and we turned it around to 80% in terms of dealing with the blocked projects. They may not be able to deal with them at a go, but what I'm appreciating is the province that came, sat down with us, led by the MEC, and we did exactly as what the portfolio had mandated us to do. Not singling others like KZN, Limpopo, Mpumalanga. We can't, as they say, clap hands when a fish is swimming. And I know my colleagues will be like, oh, okay, you don't want us. Eastern Cape had a bit of challenges, but it's coming up. We also had a meeting with the HOD and the MEC. And I do believe that we should be able to round up. I must indicate that we still face a bit of challenges in Gauteng, but we are jacking up. The Premier is leading a team as well that we are going to join in terms of trying to jack up, mainly in the spending, but also in the unblocking of the project. Chair, I would just like to brief the House in relation to Hlanu, as we have indicated, and Mawika, and we appreciate the support that you have given and the handover of communique that you are still going to meet as oversight. But we are coupling the three of them, including Mawika. My next meeting with Mawika is just tomorrow, 8 o'clock in the morning. We are almost concluding with the state attorneys having dealt with the Northwest Corporation, and the MEC was of great assistance here as well. But we know that the issue of Hlanu will use the same pilot that we are using with Mawika, and I must appreciate, as you indicated to the meeting, the handover that we have done. We're trying to plan after your meetings with Hlanu and communicate that our first initiative and engagement formally with them should also not be, we don't conclude the year without having concluded the program of how are we going to scale and accelerate the work. Chair, if the issue that is raised by my Honorable Gamete relates to the letter that I've received in relation to a brief with the NFHC and the update, we remain guided by you, Chair. I will, at the guidance of the portfolio committee, request the board to give us maybe a preliminary if it doesn't harm their investigation, but continue to commit, as I had said to the board, I mean rather to the portfolio, that when the board commence rather with its business, we will hand over all the reports that emanate either from the portfolio, either from National Treasury, either from the AG, either from the whistleblower or the board previously that had dealt with the issues in relation to NFHC. I said I met with the board. I did exactly that and allowed them to undertake processes that they think will assist the board in coming to the logical conclusion in all the matters that were tabulated. If Honorable Gamete, the matter relates to that, Chair, we are on your guidance. You can meet your board at any given time. We cannot say we don't want to give an explanation. For me, it was to give the space for the board to do work. I did receive a request in writing for a concurrence in relation to a suspension and in relation to a placement of an acting while the investigation are continuing. That's the update that I have so far. I don't have the details, but if we deem it fit as a portfolio at any given time, there can never be an instance where we say the portfolio can't get an update from one of its entities or all of them at any given time. We'll never prescribe that, Chair. With that being said, Chair, we'll appreciate the release of both the MEC of KZN and Northwest. One is attending to the floods, the other is attending to legislature, and I am joining on the program that is led by Cabinet in the assessment of the projects that we are doing here in Gauteng. Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity to allow us to share on the business of preparedness for disasters. I appreciate the opportunity given. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. I think we'll look at our program and we'll definitely advise your office as to how do we move forward with all the issues raised. We still appreciate, even today, your cooperation. I think as a portfolio committee and the office of the minister and the department generally, we work very well together, and we will continue to do that even in the coming year. We'll reflect and advise your office as to the way forward regarding all these things that were raised. Thanks very much. Let me immediately move to the presentation by KZN. if the MEC is in the house, he can. Oh, I see the MEC is here. MEC, Honorable Duma, good morning.
Dr. Siabi, Honorable Member, Honorable Minister, greetings to your good self, Chair, and thank you for affording us this opportunity. Because of the bandwidth, can I be allowed to take off the camera with your mercy, Chair?
Yes, continue.
Oh, no. Thank you so much for your grace. I'm just going to cite a few matters, Honorable Chair, and probably allow the SOT to add the salient point as the fundamental principles. And I'm glad the minister is saying that the fishes or the fish won't be thanked for swimming. And we are swimming in the province of KwaZulu-Natal these days. So it's okay, we'll do that. That is on a lighter note, Chair. I do have to mention that even today, the patterns are not looking good in some parts of the province, but we are fortunate enough that we are working close with SA Weather Pattern in terms of the trends, the projections, and the early detection does allow us to give that awareness campaign on time, working entirely with almost all the stakeholders, in particular the municipalities, because the reality on the ground in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we know by now that those who are in the flood line definitely will be affected. We also know that those who are adjacent to the wetlands definitely will be affected. And in some instances, we are still waiting because we've been told that in mid-December, there might be another slide. So already, as you might have seen in media, Honorable Chair, there was a hectic storm that took place in Gongondlovu in a local municipality called Umshwati in particular, densely affected a population of almost 100 people. And what we are honored that the minister came into our rescue. I highlighted last time I was in the portfolio committee, Chair, in your presence. I also said in the media that it was a blessing in disguise to have a minister of this caliber who comes with a background of local government. So she is able to be versatile enough in tackling both the matters, the roles and functions of municipality, and the roles of provincial and national government competence. So it becomes easier for us. We've got different programs, Honorable Chair, Portfolio Committee members, and technocrat presence that we do sit down with stakeholders, we do hold human settlements or in strategic areas. We've held a scenario where we invited Abahlali Basemjondolo. We just had a webinar that was created, chaired by the SOTs, where we go into deeper details, how much the issue of crossing cut measures had impact in our scenario, because we are unfortunately, as the province of KwaZulu-Natal, as you know, the reality, Chair, that when you have a damage probably worth $1 billion in terms of our projections, after an appropriation, you can only be compensated in some instances 2 years down the line, 3 years down the line already. I'm glad the minister is talking about the 100 years horizon mostly these days. You knew historical that in the province where I grew up, I was still young by then. By 1987, there were serious floods, but I think there were equivalents of 1 in 10 years. But not anymore. In the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we had serious disaster in 2019. We thought probably 5 years. 2020, there was such. 2022 was worse. Last year was bad. So we are in that mode of which we are balancing a very skewed equation. So it becomes easier. We've built Conopia currently. We are almost done with the first phase of Conopia that is going to take a scenario as part of what transpired. We recently bought Montclair. So as a positioning geographical location, just in case you've got the needs, it's better that we take them instead of going to hotels, halls, and all those things. So it's better. Currently, it's under renovation. So those are the major component of what is currently happening. After a week, then again last Sunday, there was another storm which took place at Mshwati, affected the people of Mshwati densely in terms of the storm, but it was the material that was mostly damaged, unlike the first phase, which affected and wiped, and 3 lives were lost. And unfortunately, even right now, only 1 has been discovered. The 2 are still missing. And the reality is fading that we might not discover them anymore, or their conditions might have changed. So that's the reality. Umgundlov was affected. Amajuba in Newcastle were also affected. In other areas, the damage was not that high that we could respond. So municipality could still tackle. We are also advantageous. We do have a vantage point that we also lead Department of Transport, where we just delegate our internal control and internal team just to do the work and the machinery in ensuring that we close the roads, do the bridges, maintenance, and ensure that we assemble a team. If there is a need, we come with our yellow plan and respond promptly. It does assist us, but we do what we call it as well zones, where we just identify one service provider who's going to be in the area for 3 years. So that versatility is also addressing a certain imbalances taking place in our areas. So in the main, those are the major component, but we are complemented by national. So I must say that we are one of those provinces that are blessed that each time there is a disaster, the minister will delegate a team, the minister will come as well, and others might be envy a bit. Unfortunately, it's because we are so impacted as already in this year, we are amongst those. Even yesterday, there were a serious hailstorm around Umgungundlovu as well. The road was damaged in some areas, but it's the reality. So those are the issues. Chair, in terms of what we are planning for December, our teams are already on the ground setting almost on a regular basis. As others are going towards an embargoed period, we don't have such. So our teams are ready just to respond whenever there is a disaster. As I've craved for your indulgence, Chair, that should one might have left some issues because we have not exhausted the 15-minute. I left deliberate that if HOD still feels that there are strategic things that the portfolio committee would just want to be elevated. Thank you so much for this opportunity, Chair.
Thank you very much, MEC. HOD. HOD.
I am sorry, Chair. I'm sure he feels covered because he can't unmute. So I think we've covered and delved deeper on the matters. Thanks.
Okay. If the HOD is covered, it's fine. Let's move to Free State. Is the MEC in?
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and protocol observed. My name is Cyril Munyela. I'm the Deputy Director General in the department. I just want to indicate that the MEC and the HOD are attending PROPEC meeting at the legislature just now. So I've been delegated to lead the team. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Continue.
Okay, thanks very much.
We are given hosting rights, you can fly it.
Yes. We are going to make a presentation for the Free State, and I'm going to ask my colleague who's leading the unit on emergency housing to take us through the presentation for the department. Mesu will lead us. Mesu, you are on the platform. Please take us through.
Thank you. Thank you, DDG.
For the questions.
Sure.
Good morning, honorable members. Can I please have permissions to flight my presentation?
You do have the rights.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. Not yet.
Not yet.
Susekwi.
The boardroom.
No,
Head
not
of the boardroom.
no.
Which one?
Susan Susekwi. Okay, thank you. That's first page. Paste. Okay, let me. Okay, take that is share. Yes, thank you.
Good morning, honorable members. My name is Susie Eku from Free State Department of Human Settlement. This is to share the presentation of Free State readiness for 2025 rainy seasons. On this picture is just to illustrate what we see each time we have a disasters in Free State. I'll move to slide number 2. The legislative framework, it's the Constitution of South Africa, Disaster Management Act number 57 of 2002, and lastly, it's the National Housing Code under the Emergency Housing Program. The purpose of the briefing is to present the Free State Province State of the Readiness for 2025-2026 rainy season, to illustrate the two distinct funding mechanisms for emergency housing interventions. A, it's a declared disaster in terms of Disaster Management Act of 57 of 2002. This enables coordinated interventions and access to specific disaster funding. B, it's non-declared incidents in terms of the emergency housing policy. Interventions is provided in terms of the Emergency Housing Code, Policy Part 3 of National Housing Code. To demonstrate the readiness to respond under the non-declared incidents within the available budget of 100,000, while we leverage from National Department of Human Settlements, Provincial Department has to respond both declared and non-declared emergencies within the existing fiscal constraints, to outline key challenges, funding constraints, and mitigation measures for sustainable disaster response. And on this slide, it's just to illustrate the two distinct funding mechanisms as I have indicated. And you'll see on the left-hand side, it's the declared disaster. And disaster officially declared by the National Disaster Management Center. It enables activation of the disaster relief grant and multi-sectoral coordination led by the Provincial Disaster Management Center. The National Department of Human Settlement provide housing interventions as part of National Disaster Relief. And then on the right-hand side, we've got the non-declared incidents. This is in terms of the emergency housing policy. Event causes serious housing distress, but not declared. Interventions implemented under the emergency housing grant. Province can respond rapidly without waiting for approval funding from the National Department. It's aimed at restoring shelter and dignity for affected households. And the next slide, it's the institutional responsibilities. We've got 3 spheres of government. Firstly, we've got the municipality, the provincial, and the national department. Now, the municipalities, they provide the first response, they conduct initial assessment, and they compile beneficiary registers and support intervention delivery. As province, we conduct verifications and prepare disaster reports. We coordinate implementation and monitoring. We maintain the disaster housing database. And the National Department administers the Emergency Housing Fund. They approve interventions and they provide technical and financial support. And procedures for responding to disasters. The first step, municipality notifies the Provincial Department of Human Settlements within 24 hours of the incidents. Step 2, joint assessment conducted with National Department of Human Settlement, Provincial Department Management Center, and municipalities within 5 days. Step 3, it's the compilation of verified beneficiaries register and the impact report. Step 4, we would submit to the National Department of Human Settlement for emergency housing grant approval. Step 5 would then, it's the implementation and monitoring of approved interventions. Step 6 would be the project closure and reporting for audits and accountability. The key challenges that we normally face, the challenges, it's limited emergency housing budget, the lack of readily available land for resettlement where we need to resettle people, prolonged stay in temporary accommodation, service providers delayed mobilization, and the lack of firefighting and flood prevention infrastructure, and also inadequate stormwater drainage systems. The impact, it restricts immediate provincial response if we've got limited budget, delays relocation of affected households where if people needs to be relocated, and increase of cost of emergency interventions, and the slow response turnaround time that's from service providers, the heightens vulnerability in formal and informal settlements, and it leads to a reoccurring flood and damage housing structures and erosion of land, especially in low areas. This is due to blocked infrastructure. This is the picture that illustrates what happens due to blocked stormwater drainages. This happened in Velkom, in Bronville. You could see if water is not channeled, what really occurs to the people. And this is the impact of strong winds on informal dwellings. This is what we normally experience in Free State. And the key aftermath points, once we had the disasters, it's complete destruction of informal settlements and loss of essential belongings, including food, clothing, furniture, and personal documents, immediate humanitarian need for temporary accommodation and material assistance, increased vulnerability of affected families, particularly children, elderly persons, and persons with disabilities, pressure on municipal emergency response services, often with limited resources, the demand of emergency housing interventions, even when the incident does not meet the threshold of a formal disaster deflection, heightened health and safety risk due to exposure to weather conditions. Response mitigation measures, we request National Department of Human Settlements for supplementary emergency funding to address resource gaps beyond the current 100,000 allocation. We collaborate with municipalities to identify land for resettlement. We would look at renovating and utilize public buildings for temporary emergency accommodation. We need to strengthen the disaster coordination forums with a Provincial Disaster Management Center and municipalities. We need to integrate fire safety and flood mitigation infrastructure into new housing developments. We need to promote awareness campaigns in flood and strong winds-prone communities. Municipalities need to prioritize upgrading and maintenance of stormwater systems, especially in flood risk zones, to reduce flooding. We need to improve monitoring and turnaround time for service provider mobilization during their emergency interventions. We need to provide intensive training and capacity building for programs for municipal officials and councillors on the emergency housing policy and implementation protocols, roles and responsibilities during the declared and non-declared disasters, rapid assessments and reporting procedures. We also need to integrate the disaster risk considerations onto municipal IDPs, the SDFs and human settlements project designs. The readiness summary, the disaster response framework is in place. Assessments and verification teams are in place at the priority interventions program officers and the districts officials from human settlements, and the coordination mechanisms with Provincial Disaster Management Center. We have a functional ProvJoc and the Disaster Management Committee. However, the challenges remains is the limited budget capacity. We always request National Department for Financial Support, and municipalities are required to strengthen their technical capacities. Free State Department of Human Settlements remains committed to ensuring the readiness for rainy seasons. However, financial constraints hinder full-scale response capability, and the department will continue to work with the National Department of Human Settlement, Provincial Department of Disaster Management Center, and municipalities are to enhance emergency housing response. Thank you. That will be the end of our presentation.
Thank you very much. DDG, would you like to add something?
Just to say that currently at the level of MINMEC, there's a discussion around the decentralization of the emergency housing grant, because that is also an impediment to immediate response to the disasters. But we'll await the final response or the final decision in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, like we got a message at the start of the meeting that the MEC of KZN would like to be released early. Maybe let's engage with the two reports so that we're able to release the MEC of KZN. The rest of the delegation may remain, but the MEC would like to be released. Can I get indication from members on both the report of Free State and KZN? Honorable Khakilu, followed by Honorable Gamede.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you.
All the presentations. It seems our provinces, they are ready for the rainy seasons. I only have 3 questions for KZN. I have 2.
Chairperson, on the strategies to reduce disaster outbreaks, the province has indicated that they are going to install lightning conductors. So my question is, are they already installed, or is the province still going to install those lightning conductors? And then the second question is with regard to the training which was supposed to be provided by DBSA to train 50 people on firefighting. Was that train done, or is it still going to be done, and when? And then for Free State, I only have one question because the presentation indicated that they have a challenge of people staying long in temporary accommodation. If they can indicate roughly as to how many days, how many months, and what plan is the province having to ensure that they reduce the prolonged stay in the temporary accommodation? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Khagile. Honorable Gamede.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, I wish to start by welcoming okay, let me first greet the committee, the Chairperson, the department led by the Minister, and also all the provincial leadership, the MSs and also the HOTs. And I almost forgot to greet our special staff, our team, the secretary, Casey, and all other staff members who are assisting us. Now, let me welcome the board presentation that has been presented to us. Let me first start with Free State Province. What I will start with, I think the provincial department's commitment to actually ensuring readiness and evident is actually evident in established disaster response framework and functional coordination mechanisms. However, the core weakness of limited financial capacity and fundamental infrastructure issues like inadequate stormwater drainage suggest that the current readiness is primarily reactive and administrative rather than structural and fiscal robust enough to present or rapidly recover from stagnant recurring flooding, and severe weather incidents. Given the acknowledged limited emergency housing budget and the reliance on the 100,000 allocation for non-declared incidents, how has the Provincial Department of Human Settlements practically prioritized and managed resource allocation for housing interventions in the past? And what is the specific contingency plan for responding to a single large-scale non-declared incident that will immediately exhaust or significantly exceed the 100,000 available funds? The presentation identifies the lack of readily available land for settlements as a major challenge that actually delays relocation and prolonged stay in temporary accommodations. What concrete time-bound milestone have the Provincial Department of Human Settlement and partner municipalities set for the collaboration with municipalities to identify land for resettlement mitigation measure? And what specific intergovernmental policy or legislative interventions are being pursued to unlock suitable safe land for emergency housing and settlement and resettlement, I mean? Chairperson, let me quickly run to the province of KwaZulu-Natal. I think the inclusion of a detailed annexure one contact focal point on sector department is a very strong and practical step towards ensuring shift coordination coordinated, multi-sectoral response and recovery efforts. Chairperson, beyond, if I may ask, beyond the roles and responsibilities outlined, what measurable key performance indicators have been set for the interdepartmental local points listed in Annexure 1 to evaluate the effectiveness and speed of their disaster response and recovery contributions? The last question, Chairperson, how does the disaster risk reduction activities section address the root causes of informal settlements, vulnerability, such poor land use planning and bulk infrastructure failure, rather than just focusing on immediate symptom relief measures? Chairperson, I just wish to pass on this one, and fortunately enough, the MEC of Human Settlement in KwaZulu-Natal is also with us here. Honorable MEC, I wish you to understand this one as a take-home. I so wish all these measures that we have put in place as we have presented on the document, you can also play a critical role, especially you as a political deployee. I've reported to the committee. Fortunately enough, the city manager from eThekwini region, from eThekwini municipality, was also in present with us here in Cape Town, whereby we reported the case when the staff from the office from the provincial office and also from the national for emergency response team, when they went to Umlazi, the councillor chased them away, said no, it is territory. I so wish with your intervention, this thing does not happen again, that we put politics in between the challenges that are faced with our people on the daily days of their lives. And thanks to the HOD for his indulgence from the office of the HOD, that matter had been attended to. I reported the matter in the committee, and I also escalated to the level of the minister. And thanks to all those who have tried to assist. Let us try by all means. I wish you can take that as a take-home, Honorable MEC. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Gamede. KZN, MEC, then followed by Free State.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, my leader, Chair. Let me welcome the two members, Honorable Khakile and Honorable Gamede of Makadle Nkayawam, for those questions and scenarios. And in citation, Honorable Gamede has partially responded. In our slide presentation, I'm sure the portfolio committee will realize and attest that ours is collaboration, which is why you'll see COCTA's competency deals as well, amongst other things, the issue of conductors. So the lightning conductors is their competence. So we've agreed as part of the joint cluster collaboration that they must procure more so that whenever there is a need, they don't go and start afresh that process. And they do have the panel of service providers who specializes in that. On the issue of firefighters in particular, you'll know that Department of Agriculture and Rural Development in the province is also playing the oversight of a farm. So the collaboration on strategic antennas, where we train and create awareness in certain areas that when the season ends, the winter starts, you must do what is called the chromosome. And after that, you do the issue of ensuring that the firefighter in terms of specification is done so that we avoid such disasters. So it's what is done by Department of Agriculture. When it comes to other things like roads, bridges, vehicular bridges, Department of Transport is responsible for. It's a collaboration effort. As you might know, that ordinarily disaster is the COCTA competence. But we know that as human settlements, we are always affected mostly, and we must respond. In some instances, procuring of the material. In some instances, the implementation of TRUs. So we are always proactive, and we know that other departments, like for instance, I was saying that it doesn't matter whether Ukokta will arrive after us or before us, because anyway, they are totally dependent upon the implementation from our side, which is why it's better when we work jointly. And thanks, Honorable Chair. The citation, I'm going to take it stronger, what has been raised by Honorable Gamete. Earlier on, I thought that he was already referring to this matter because one, we heard about it, and I've been to the ground as well, and I'm ashamed of that accident because the issue of politics doesn't augur well, irrespective of the condition when it comes to service delivery. But SOD Max Mbili delegated the team that was comprising of, I'm sure, the crew as well, and the team, or the COO, the team that had to do the process on the ground so that there are no go areas in the area. So those are the major issues. I will do want to, I'm sure the SOD now is using a proper gadget. If he wants to add, can just come and add. Honorable Chair, thanks.
Thank you, Honorable MSc. Let me greet Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Minister, and colleagues who are part of this meeting. Firstly, I would want to register my apology at the first instance. I was failed by my gadget. Fortunately, my Honorable MSc had presented adequately on our issues. Chair, my addition, 50 firefighters in collaboration with the PSA have been trained already. They are ready to assist communities. So I wanted to respond to that question. Secondly, Chair, in terms of
HOD, please
yes.
open your video.
Come again?
Please open your video.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay,
Remember,
do you see me now?
Yeah, continue. Yes.
Yeah, okay. On our responsiveness, Chair, we have a JOC, which comprises all departments as well as district municipalities plus our metro. So decisions are taken at one point and we respond effectively. We don't have a problem in terms of our turnaround time. Lastly, Chair, on the issue of informal settlements, our belief, Chair, this issue will need almost all of us because as a province, as MEC has said it, we did have our webinar discussing this matter. We were checking whether people are coming to informal settlements for shelter or for economic opportunities. It is clear to us, Chair, that for us then to deal with matters of informal settlements, we'll have to focus more on economic opportunities as well, because in most cases, some people who are residing in informal settlements are people who have already benefited from the government subsidies. So, but as a province, we are doing our level best, working with all municipalities to ensure that we deal with this matter of informal settlements, slums clearance. So that is where we are, but we do have a challenge in terms of the availability of land. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Minister, I'm going to give you an opportunity maybe after Free State so that you cover both of them where you want to add. Free State.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson and the Honorable Minister and other members. I'll respond on the two issues and my colleagues will come in. The first one is the period that people stay in temporary shelters. In terms of the Free State, the maximum is 3 months. And that we also book people into accommodation to ensure that they don't, we don't prolong their stay in these temporary shelters. The example that we can give is in Jagersfontein, where there was a disaster. So we're able to, book people who were affected or households that were affected in decent accommodation. On the issue of the limited budget for the Free State, I think I just want to answer this one, given the background and the context. The background is that in the past, provinces were allowed to manage, or they were allocated funding to manage emergency disasters, but there were challenges in relation to the implementation. Without going into the issues, I think we will know what happened in the past. But now that led to the centralization of the emergency funding. And then it left a bit of a confusion as to whether our province in specific, without talking to other provinces, whether we should continue budgeting for emergency housing. But now with time, there was a distinction between the disaster funding and the emergency funding. So we have taken note of this development and that in the next financial year, we will be putting more resources and also pending the decision from MINMEC as to whether this function will be decentralized or not. But in terms of the province, we'll ensure that there's adequate allocation of resources. And then I will ask my colleagues to respond on the other issues that have been raised. Thank you. Nestle?
Thank you, honorable members. We just wanted to add that already there is a training that is taking place in Free State to ensure that all spheres of government are ready, which it will be taking.
We can't hear.
We can't hear you.
Oh.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Because my mic is on.
Yes, continue.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to add that already there is a training that is taking place on the 9th of December, where municipalities are invited. The Provincial Disaster Management Center is also invited, also the National Department, so that all spheres of government, they understand their role when it happens. And we'll all be talking one language so that there is no confusion and everybody will be combat ready when the disaster strikes. That's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Dr. Ben? Fine. Okay, thanks very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Let me appreciate the presentations and the questions and the comments made by honorable members. Chair, I just wanted to I'm trying to switch on my camera. Thank you. Now I think I've won. Chair, I wanted to comment on, firstly, the land availability and the measures that we are trying to take at national to assist. Appreciating also that DDG Dumalisile is here and will be of assistance in more detailed issues. But at a national level, Chair, what we did in realizing that most of the relocation, even at the TRU level where you call temporary, is made difficult by the fact that there will be no land availability. We then took a step and we met with two departments that matters at the ministerial level in relation to availability of land to assist municipalities. We met with the Department of Rural Development, which is the custodian of SPLUMA, but also the registration and formalization of any land, whether it's private or it's even government. Where most of the issues have been sitting, we met with Minister Nyoncho, with his team. We had land identified by various municipalities who were requesting assistance in terms of fast tracking of those land parcels. And that assisted us to, at least at an identification level, to say these are the land parcels that we're working on and that we need acceleration. They're at various levels. But that does not eliminate the problem that Honorable Kamete, for example, made an example of, where the municipality will correctly identify and the assistance will be given, and community will say, we don't want these people. And it is not a KZN phenomenon. HOD Van will tell you with the MEC how they struggled to relocate, to just get a space for the Mtata victims of floods for TRUs to be built. Everybody was ready. But the first parcel which was identified, people said, no, this land is ours. We don't want them. We want them to be verified. And we don't want people next to us who we don't know, etc. You have got those challenges everywhere, whether it's in the Western Cape, whether it's in the Eastern Cape, KZN. It's an increasing phenomenon. We subsequently met with Minister George, and we will then have to do a retake with Minister Whitewood in terms of the environmental assessment. Honorable members will recall the draft report that HDA on behalf of the department did in terms of the verification of informal settlements, but also in terms of assisting provinces. MEC Duma did indicate, for example, that there are areas where we actually, even ourselves as human settlement, had built, following the 100-year pattern, it was safe to do so. But the current indication tells us those people are on flatlines and we're trying to relocate them. And we look for land to make sure that we do an assessment again. And that is why it was important for us to get a waiver from environment in relation to NEMA on areas where the categorization and formalization were done, maybe done using the previous data, and it wants us to review, or we've already looked into it. It has been reviewed by the areas like in Umnambiti or Ladysmith, Newcastle side. They perpetually have problems, and those reports have been finalized, but we're battling at the level of availability of land. At the national level, also at the cabinet level, an IMC has been put, Chair, where we are now depositing these matters and are trying to match our database with the public works database to see which land parcel can we be able to get from government in its entirety to relocate the people, utilizing government land and avoiding the purchase in relation to private land. I think it's a step in the right direction. It's moving a bit slow, Chair, but we are trying in ensuring that at national as well, we just don't dump it as a problem for municipalities, but we maximize on meeting with the municipalities, identifying the land, and unblock at national level where they are having those challenges. It seems to help, but it's first of its kind, and one is giving it time and patience for it to be guided. DDG and DG, if he is still here, he will be able to. They will be able to add at a technical level, Chair, in relation to the framework that was discussed and the utilization of emergency by provinces to even capture and deal with the issues themselves from their grant that is allocated. We need, as the advice of the AG, to put very stringent measures as well as we try to relook into our framework of the disaster. The abuse of funds at that level, particularly in metros, was huge. And the onus has been placed at our gate to say, you are a transferring agent, you therefore need to take care of the funds themselves, even if you have transferred them. That is why we are taking that review. We've had draft 2 now, which we are carrying MINMEC in terms of discussion. But one chair gets to worry when the transfer is being called for, or the decentralization. But jointly people want us to account and not necessarily be the transferring agent, which is where the problem for me is, because we also need to find a way on how do we put processes and systems on how are these funds going to be spent solely for disaster. And that's where the biggest challenge is. But we're not saying we don't have an interest in resolving that. We are at a discussion level. But in the meantime, measures have been made in the separation of both disaster and emergency. And if my memory serves me well, and officials will correct me here, the emergency one is a matter that was already concluded at both technical and at a MINMEC level. Thank you very much, Chair. It's 10 o'clock, Chair. May I request to join my technical meeting for project visit, with your permission, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. You are released. We really appreciate your availability at all times, even if it's for an hour or 30 minutes. But the respect you give to the Portfolio Committee is highly appreciated. Thanks very much. You are
Thank you,
released.
Chair. Thank you, honorable members.
DG, do you want to add, or DDG Naga? DG?
Good morning, Chair. Let's ask DDG Naga to come in.
DDG?
Chairperson, and greetings to yourself, Chair, and the honorable members, the honorable MECs on the platform, the HODs and colleagues, and the DG.
Please open your video. I'm also under instruction from the speaker. Oh, your video.
It's open on my side, but I see it's blank, Chair. I'm not sure. I keep battling with the video, but I'll try again, Chairperson.
Okay, continue.
Chair, thank you, Chairperson. Just to add on the few pointers that were shared with the committee by the minister. To add on the issue of the land availability, there is an interministerial committee that is being chaired by the Deputy President that is looking at exactly what the minister was saying, identifying all available state land that can be used for human settlements purposes. We are represented there by the minister at the technical level. We are represented by DDG Songo as well as HDA chair. So they are profiling those pieces of land with the intention that when the time permits and all processes would have been properly adhered to, then the intention is to transfer or donate to municipalities so that we can be able to make use of those land. But it is becoming a serious challenge in terms of resettling the affected community members in areas that are suitable and they will not actually be exposed to secondary disasters. On the issue of the framework that the minister had referred to, Chairperson and honorable members, yes, MINMEC has approved, and we did indicate in the previous meeting that we were intending to actually share with the provinces and the metros a circular that will provide further guidance in terms of how they should utilize the 1% that they should actually be using from their ISUPG as well as the HSDG. Unfortunately, Chair, the DG and the CFO are still having engagements with Treasury because this the issue of the emergency housing is a fund and not a conditional grant that we can transfer to municipalities or to the provinces, and we need to be given a go-ahead in terms of how we have approached it. So everything is ready. As soon as we get a thumbs up from National Treasury Chair, we will be sharing with the members the circular that clarifies what we presented last time, to say the provinces and the metros can then be able to respond to the disasters with minimal impact, where households from 1 to 50 would have been affected. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ditebe, followed by Honorable Abada.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Okay. Thank you, Chair, and good morning to you. Good morning to the honorable members, MEC Duma and MEC Mokoena in absentia, all the other officials from our national department, Minister in absentia, and indeed our support staff, and those from the provinces. Chairperson, I have just a few questions. Let me start off by, I think, recalling that in the last few days, or in the dying days of November, we had a tragedy of one person losing their life in Umshwati, the municipality, and 2 reported missing. And I think it's only proper that we express our condolences in that regard. We know that this is not the first time KZN has had a huge amount of people losing their lives due to flooding, etc., which we all agree that it is exacerbated by climate change, global warming, and subsequent climate change. Having said so, Chairperson, I heard HOD for Human Settlements in KZN saying there seems to be some anecdotal evidence. I'm not sure whether it's data that can be relied upon, or at this stage it's just anecdotal. I do think that there is an element of correctness in the anecdotal information, anecdotal as it may be, and this relates, Chairperson, to the fact that the main driver of informality in urban and peri-urban areas is economic pressures on the part of people, our people from this country. But as we all know, that there are the same causes that attract people to settle in informal areas from neighboring countries, even from countries that are far-flung, not even those beyond Southern Africa, for example. Now, I would like to know, Chairperson, having made that observation, how many of the people in the informal settlements are foreign nationals, documented or otherwise? Do they have, or maybe not quite, how many of those people, more or less, what is the trend with regards to foreign nationals? And assuming that we were to succeed in settling people in areas that are habitable, areas that are not prone to floods, etc. I'm talking about South Africans. How would they then solve the problem of those that have settled in those areas that are not South African? We all know, whether it's in the Northwest, we went, as you know, Chairperson, to the Northwest, and I think it's the Thabo Mbeki informal settlement or something. And there we had a problem of South Africans, of non-South Africans or foreign nationals that have settled there. So it means, Chairperson, that, or it seems to me that the issue of disbursement of resources to react to flooding when people are affected, insofar as these are South Africans and foreign nationals, will always be a challenge, because even with South Africans alone, there are serious limitations. That's the first one, Chairperson. The second is with regards to the Free State. Mesu kept saying, we need this, we need that, we need that. All of the correct issues. That's now within the municipal sphere or local government sphere. But the reality, Chairperson, as you and I know, is that the type of infrastructure that she is talking about, if you look back 10, 15, 20 years, we have had floods, but there has hardly been any improvement. For example, with regards to the stormwater master plans, they may very well be there on paper, but there's hardly anything going on, as a result of which people get flooded. Some of them, their entire homes are swept away, their precious belongings and everything. They are in great distress compared to those who might be flooded over a period of time without their homes necessarily being swept away, which then brings me to the next one. We all know that even in areas where people are not, so to speak, informally settled, in other words, established townships, in the majority of cases, development there would have been in situ. So people would inevitably have been settled on floodlines, etc. So regardless of the fact that the place is an established township, they are still vulnerable. It happens all the time, even where I am, and I think many people can relate to that. Now, I know it's a rather difficult one. There are people who have lost their valuables, not because they were washed away by water, etc., floods, but because continually with exposure to water, furniture, especially wooden furniture, beds, etc., they've lost those. And these are people who, as we know, from the point of view of income and wealth inequality, are the most vulnerable, and their purchasing power is very limited. I'm not sure, well, the minister has left, but I'm not sure whether we have any plan with regards to that, because I can tell you, Chairperson, just yesterday, the Free State, the Northwest, and I think probably other provinces experienced heavy, heavy rains, even with hail. And on farmland and everywhere else, places are flooded. The other, Chairperson, relates to not necessarily this portfolio, but it's a portfolio that it's an issue that needs to be managed with the portfolio committee on police. This, Chairperson, relates to collection of bodies of water in areas near established townships or informal settlements, with the result that after the rains, children from those areas are attracted to that water. They go and swim. In the last 48 hours, in the ward that you visited, near the informal settlement that you visited, we visited as the portfolio committee, 2 bodies of boys 9 years and 11 years old were retrieved from a body of water, because the municipality bought that land, and the farmer had dug a hole there to provide some water for his animals, but that was never filled, as a result of which those boys drowned there. It was 4 meters deep. What am I talking about, Chairperson? You'll find that much as we may be talking of TRUs and so forth, this is one other area which we must pay attention to, because the Portfolio Committee on Police must address the issue of the fact that the diving unit of South African Police Service was shut down in 2018. If you go to the Northern Cape, And I'm not talking about houses being flooded. I'm talking about water collecting in low-lying areas, with the result that that place may be anything from 2 to 10 meters deep. And children from the informal settlements and other formal settlements will be attracted there. It's part of human settlements, remember. Northern Cape has got only 4 divers. The Free State has got only 6 divers. These people lack critical equipment such as your sensors. One sensor for government, it's about 3.8 million but for the preciousness of lives of our people, especially in poorer communities, I do not understand why we should not be addressing that jointly. Because if you look at how we respond to disasters, we'll talk of prof joints, net joints, etc. It's a collaborative approach. And the police play an important role, emergency services and so forth. And I'd like to suggest, therefore, Chairperson, that we take this matter up as a portfolio committee with the portfolio committee on police, because that unit is needed. And a lot of those people that are in that unit already are either retiring, some may be resigning, and others are simply passing on. It's an attrition issue. So you're going to end up with a unit that is not able to intervene when people in settlements, formal or informal, have this problem of rain, of water that has collected in some low-lying areas, which then causes a problem similar to the one in Heidedal. And sometimes it may be ground ingress of water. So, Chairperson, I'd like to say that we need to pay attention to that and do that collaborative approach. Lastly, Chairperson, since we now agreed that between 1 and 50, or is it 1 and 51, cases of homes that may have been affected, the provinces can exercise their powers and intervene anything from, let's say, 51 to whatever number, it's national. In the last few weeks, have the provinces been able to exercise that discretion which they've been granted by national, and how has it played out insofar as their reaction time and capacity where homes or families are in distress? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Abada.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to you, Chair, and to my fellow honorable members, the DG, DDG, MECs, all entities on the platform, and our beautiful support staff. Without you, we would not be here and we would not be doing what we do. So thank you to all of you. Firstly, thank you for the 2 presentations. That's most welcome. But Chair, we still come back to why do we have to wait for the disasters in order to, or wait for this time of the year when we know that disasters are here, and then we're doing these things. It's something that we should be doing from the beginning of the year, and because we know this is happening. And it's exactly the same thing that we went through last week with all the other provinces. So just with regards to the Free State, I have 2 questions here. What enforcement or oversight mechanisms exist to ensure municipalities upgrade stormwater systems and strengthen disaster response? Or is the province simply hoping municipalities will comply despite evident capacity failures? And secondly, why are long-term inventions such as settlement with no timelines, no budgeted commitments, and no measurable targets? My comments are: the readiness plan is structured and process-driven, but it collapses in practice because the province has neither the funding nor the technical municipal capacity required for real-time disaster response. And here's the thing: we know that funding is an issue, but we can't just keep using this. And I know it's not an excuse, but it is an excuse. And then the repeated disasters in informal settlements, winds, floods, blocked drains, total loss of belongings expose how far behind the province is in delivering structural preventative solutions. The proposed measures read more like a wish list than an implementation plan, with no concrete commitments, leaving vulnerable communities exposed year after year. And it's at the end of the day, it's the people, it's our people that suffer. And I mean, they're looking at us for assistance, but it's the same thing every year. So my recommendations to the Free State would be push for a national treasury directive to expand emergency housing allocations well beyond 100,000 Rand. Because 100,000 Rand, what is 100,000 Rand going to do? How is it going to help? With ring-fenced audit-proof funding for disaster-prone municipalities, establish mandatory provincial compliance reporting for stormwater maintenance. And this is the thing with stormwater. We know that the stormwater drains are the major problems. And like Honorable Detebe has just mentioned as well, we know. So can we, work on that on a yearly basis as well? Drainage clearing as well is another issue, and risk area mapping with provincial intervention when municipalities fail. And thirdly, prioritize high-risk informant settlements or accelerated upgrading, resettlement planning, and durable building interventions to break the annual cycle of destruction. And then with regards to KZN, I don't have any questions there, but my comments here is this plan exposes a province stuck in a reactive cycle, preparing for disaster only when the clouds gather, not through year-round infrastructure maintenance or proper long-term planning. And this is what we're saying. Let's not just wait for the end of the year. Let us work on this throughout the year so that when it comes to the end of the year, we're not sitting with all of the problems. The reliance on ward committees, loud hailing, and NGOs shows that government capacity has weakened to the point where community volunteers are expected to do the work of a functioning state. And this is what happens as well. When these things happen, it's the community that has to come together. NGOs has to come together to fix. And I mean, often we ourselves get calls from, the people on the ground saying there's a fire, there's a flood, there's whatever happening. And, we need to come together and assist. So the province cannot keep boasting about awareness campaigns while families continue to drown, lose homes, or sleep under plastic sheets every rainy season. It is a failure of planning, not a failure of awareness. And lastly, my recommendations to KZN would be implement a mandatory quarterly infrastructure maintenance audit for all municipalities with penalties for non-compliance. No district should wait for December to unblock drains. Shift from temporary emergency housing to a permanent climate resilient housing program in high-risk flood zones, starting with engineering assessments and relocation plans for the most vulnerable wards. And I know that it's easier said than done. And I know that, we're giving all of these things, but yes, it comes down to budgets as well. So, again, it's, we're saying it's all on paper, but implementing it without a budget is an issue. And I get that. And I know DG is going to tell me that it's the budget, but let us work together and let's see how we can do this. And my last recommendation is establish a centralized provincial disaster response command with enforceable authority over municipalities during high-risk seasons, ending the culture where municipalities submit plans but fail to deliver readiness on ground. Thank you, Chair. That's my submission for today, for both us.
Thank you very much. Let me start with KZN again.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm still trying to allow my video. Chair, because you have seen me, can you allow me to present while I'm trying to? Oh, it's done. Chair, on the issue of people who have benefited before and they are living at their houses and stay in informal settlements. Right now, Chairperson, for the 2022-2025 flood victims who are residing in temporary emergency accommodations, when we did our verification, we found that 10 flood victims were found by the disaster in informal settlements, yet they had already benefited, and we forced them to go back to their houses, which were given to them by the department. We found that they have tenants in those houses who are renting better than what they may be renting in an informal settlement, proving that the issue of economic opportunity does play a role in the on informal settlements challenge, Chair. Yesterday, I had a meeting with flood victims of Umshwati. I found out that one flood victim benefited before. When I engaged him, he said to me, it was easy for me to get rent from someone who is renting my house, which was given to me by government. Through that money, I built an informal settlement where I'm residing. I'm no longer renting. But through that rent, I'm in a position to feed myself. So we are emphasizing a point, Chair, that dealing with matters of informal settlements, we should also focus more on economic opportunities, because it will play a role. On the issue of quarterly audit, we take it, it will be done. Chair, I just want to make a comment on a policy gap that we have realized in KZN. You will find that someone will be affected by disaster living in a house that was built by government. Then we take this person to a temporary emergency accommodation. When we wanted to provide the permanent solution to this person, law or legislation now doesn't allow us to build a permanent solution for this person, because this person has benefited before. Now you can't then build a second house for this person. Maybe there may be a need for us as in the human settlements ecosystem to look at the possibility that will say, in terms of legislation, if there is a proof that a disaster found me in a house that was given to me by government, consideration may be I may get a second house if then there is a proof that I benefited, but my house was washed away by disaster. So that is a policy gap that I'm raising, Chair, which then the portfolio committee will have to consider. The second one, Chair, I have built a house myself. I'm earning more than 3,500 per month. Then disaster finds me, washes away my home or my house. When then the department does profiling or verification on me, then the department says, you do not qualify for a BNG because you are earning more than 3,500. Because legislation doesn't allow the department to build a house for a person who earns more than 3,500. You will find that this person, while he managed before to build a house for himself or herself, is no longer, while he's earning more than 3,500, is no longer in a position to build a second house. I think that is a policy gap as well, that portfolio committee may want to look at and see a possibility of closing this gap, because these are the things that we are seeing on the ground. Lastly, Chair, on policy gap, maybe we must consider making it a crime when people are building on disaster-prone areas. Because what is happening now, you find people building houses or informal settlements in a disaster-prone area. When we have to evict these people, you must follow the pieces of legislation in terms of lawful eviction, yet to know exactly what will happen when there is disaster. So I think those three issues may need your attention in terms of policy gaps and see how what can be done to deal with those matters. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, HOD. Free State.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. I'll want to respond on the two issues of the stormwater and the informal settlement. The first item is on the stormwater maintenance. I'm not sure, honorable members, whether COGTA is part of this meeting, but is there space? But what we can say is that there are funds that are allocated to municipalities called the Municipal Infrastructure Grant. And we assume that those grants are meant to address infrastructure-related functions. On the second item, on informal settlement upgrading, the program informal settlement upgrading is just one of the instruments that we use in human settlement to address the housing needs of the people. And that when people have settled in particular areas, we don't just go and upgrade, we do assessments. And in a situation where, for instance, the particular land that people have occupied is not suitable for human settlement, we do relocate people. But instances where the land is suitable, then we do upgrading of those informal settlement with the view that people must have basic services, which is their constitutional right, of course. But now, I just want to indicate that the funding for what we call the informal settlement upgrading grant is being reduced, and that is going to impact on how we respond to the issue of disaster and related. I just wanted this to be noted, but we do address informal settlement upgrading as one of the instruments of human settlement. Thank you.
Chairperson?
Yes, Honorable.
Chair, two of my questions were not responded to. The one is that of the presence of foreign nationals in informal settlements, because we know it is a phenomenon right across the country. And how in practical terms are they dealing with it? Because I would imagine that whilst they may not send them away back to their countries, etc., or treat them inhumanely, fiscal priority must be for the benefit of South Africans. So how then do we deal with that? Because if you look at I think it was the KZN report, which said some of the dwellers or the people that lived in informal settlements are foreign nationals, which some of whom were undocumented, which made it very difficult to prioritize people, etc. That's the one thing I think HOD has identified correctly. So the policy gaps, which I think need to be reflected upon. And with regards to the Free State, and I do understand that COGTA shares the space with human settlements insofar as municipal infrastructure grants, etc., the deployment of those resources. But then I'm talking about people whose homes get flooded, but are not necessarily swept away. Is that maybe as a question to both provinces, is it something that they are identifying again as a policy gap which needs to be looked at? Because it's very difficult, Chair, for people to start all over again and regain their availables, such as furniture. With clothes, you can wash your clothes, etc. But with wooden furniture, with beds, etc., it's very difficult, if not impossible. Yeah, Chairperson, those are the questions that I think need to be responded to in detail. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we respond quickly? We're not doing well on time. KZN?
Thank you very much, Chair. Sorry that we omitted this question on foreign nationals. Let me give you a practical case with regards to Umshwati disaster. At Umshwati, what then we tried to do, we provided a hall for the flood victims. But no one was willing to
HOD?
To go to that hall because so it is an issue, and it is not easy for us as human settlements to deal with it, because what they do while they are living in informal settlements, in the case of a disaster, they don't avail themselves. They just disappear and go to and settle in another area, or rent a property in another area. So that is the issue that we need to deal with, because it's a problematic issue. Then on the issue of a house that is not washed away completely, the policy allows us to provide the material. For example, at Umshwati, there are houses where only a roof has been taken away by wind. In that case, you don't start afresh, but you only provide material. So the emergency prescripts does allow us to provide emergency. I would say material. Unfortunately, for furniture and the other stuff, there is no policy provision on it. Yet some people do not have insurance so that they can go and claim. So that is the issue. Maybe it might be sought as well a policy gap in terms of other things beside a shelter. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, HOD. Free State?
Yeah, thanks very much, Honorable Chairperson and members. I think Honorable Tebe has raised a very critical issue on the issue of the foreign nationals. I think this one is a national issue. I think we all know the current discussion, on that. But I think that yeah, for us as the province, it will be difficult to really respond to that, because whilst we address the issues of our people who are affected, the reality is that these foreign nationals, they are also human beings. So sometimes we have to look at the human rights issues, and not be seen to be discriminating. But it's a very difficult issue for us to discuss at our level. Maybe it's also a political issue. So it will be very difficult to now enter that space. But it's a very critical issue, I should indicate. I think there must be some discussion around how we respond to that. On the second item of the lost properties, the reality is that obviously people who are staying in flight lines and the poor, when there's disaster, those are the first people that get affected. And then when they lose their properties, it's true that for them to recover, it becomes difficult. it's something that has to be looked at, because policy is not static. It keeps on evolving. So I think as we implement the emergency housing, the reality is that if there are gaps, then we have to look at them and to ensure that we refine our policy so that the policy addresses the realities on the ground. I think as the Free State, that is what we can say. I think National is also noting that so that that can be coordinated at the national level together with the provinces, so that ultimately we come out with policies that are relevant, and realistic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you very much, Chair, and apologies for coming after. I'd sent a message in the group chat and I was hoping that it would be expressed on my behalf. But mine is to the Free State. By the way, the Free State responded beautifully to the issue of foreign nationals. It is a human rights issue and we can't be careless in how we respond to issues of Free State. That was brilliantly answered. However, I want to know from the Free State, do you ever conduct after-action reviews following major disasters? I was asking in particular with Windberg. There was a disaster that happened in Windberg. Houses of government were affected, but the residents of Windberg are insisting that the department has not responded to that to see the damage that was done to the houses. Where are you in the process, and how long will it take to then repair the damages that were done to those houses in particular? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Free State.
Yeah, thanks very much, Honorable Chairperson and members. On the issue of the Windberg and other areas in the province that were affected, there was a coordination between ourselves and the National Department on disaster. In certain areas, the temporary shelters were provided, and then an audit was conducted in terms of how many temporary shelters were provided to affected household. In terms of the Windberg, I do not have the specific answer now. I think we can go back and look at whether those temporary shelters were provided, because there was an audit done, and there were some areas where temporary shelters were not provided. I think we can provide the answer at a later stage so that we don't provide the wrong information in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know whether the DG or the DDG wants to add something before we go to the next two provinces.
Mr. Poole.
Oh, Mr. Poole.
Oh, hey. Mr. Poole.
Thank you, Chair. Let me greet everybody on the platform and honorable members, Minister in absence. Chair, yes, I welcome the input from the Minister Simelane regarding Northwest and Free State is in a more improved position in regards to other years in blocking of projects and spending. For KwaZulu-Natal, MEC Siboneso Duma experience alluded to that the KwaZulu-Natal experience current flooding caused almost 100 victims affected. To date, what kind of assistance was provided to these victims, and how many CRU been built for these communities? For Free State, they alluded to that the maximum in temporary emergency accommodation is 3 months according to the HOD. Question is, what is the prolonging stay time frame from victims in these emergency sites? And is there still people living in this emergency site due to previous disaster happens? Thank you, Chair.
You are directing the question to both provinces. Unmute.
One for KwaZulu-Natal and one for Free State. Thank you, Chair.
All right. KZN.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Yes, 100 houses were affected at Umshwati. National has already procured a service provider for TRUs. A service provider is on the ground as we speak, trying to establish so that the TRUs can be built. And we can say to this meeting, the TRUs, they take 2 to 3 days, but by the weekend, all TRUs shall have been built. And I must say, Chair, because of foreign nationals, while more than 100 houses were affected at Mshwati, but we are only building 18 TRUs because foreign nationals disappeared. They could not come forward. So, yeah, and even if they did, we're not in a position to provide, because if you build the TRU, it will mean you're going then to provide the permanent solution. So that is where we are at this point in time. We are ready. By end of the weekend, those people will be living in TRUs, and we'll start a process of building permanent structures beginning of the year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Free State.
Thank you, honorable members. Chair, to respond to the question of how long do people stay in temporary shelters, we just want to explain it depends what methodology that the province would apply. There are instances where we can book accommodation for a household, but that cannot exceed 3 months as per the housing policy. And there's instances where we would build TRUs, temporary shelters. Once the house has been fixed, then we can demolish the TRU, and then the people can occupy their houses. Where there is a challenge, like KZN also expressed that, where the housing system does not allow us to start a new house if the house was completely destroyed by the disaster. However, currently in the province, there isn't any families that are still living in temporary shelters. We're just being forward to tell exactly what could happen if we do not react on time and we are a bit slow. We always try to avoid leaving people to stay in temporary shelters, but the constraints in our budget would actually lead us to that. Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure whether the MEC KZN is still here. HOD, is the MEC still here?
No, Chair. Is no longer here. He has left. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks very much. Then let's move to the next 2 provinces, Eastern Cape and Western Cape. Eastern Cape. Whoever
Thank
is
you very
leading.
much, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Chair, greetings to yourselves, the honorable members on the line. The name is Pokazi Lusiti, the MEC responsible for public works, infrastructure, and human settlements in the province of the Eastern Cape. In the interest of time, we have prepared a presentation, Chair, which not only reflects the state of readiness for the pending summer rain disasters, but it does look at the progress we've made since 2019 to 2025 in the disasters that would have occurred. As you would know, our province is really prone to the province, and the response that working together with the National Department, we've been able to provide, and the backlog that is still pending. We also do reflect as part of our readiness for the coming working again with National to respond on a more permanent relative to the dominant TRU, which is currently in use. So with your permission and without taking more of your time, if you allow, Chair, for me to usher in the HOD who's going to lead us through that presentation.
Thank you very much, MEC, and special welcome. MEC Sipho KwaZulu-Natal. Thank you very much. HOD?
Good morning, Honorable Chair, to the honorable members, to our Minister in absentia, MEC, DG and colleagues this morning. Good morning, Honorable Chair. I've asked Assistant Class, one of my colleagues, to flight the presentation on my behalf. If she can flight it for me, Assistant Class.
Nonhlanhla?
Skenjan, yes.
Kenjan, oh, okay.
Yes, yes.
Yes, you can go ahead. Nonhlanhla, sure.
Yes, it's great. Thanks, Honorable Chair. If you can put it on slide mode, and we can just quickly go to the table of contents of our presentation, which Honorable Chair would really, if we go back to the table of contents, which will talk to the purpose, the background, Chair, the problem statement, and we'll talk to the challenges and the conclusion, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, if I move to the next slide, really, as the Honorable MEC has provided in her opening remarks, that we would want to report on the 2019 to 2025 progress of disasters, what we've done, discuss our readiness, what our readiness for the disasters that might happen in December, and also provide challenges that we are facing and how do we intend to remedy those challenges. From my side, Geshe, I'm not sure, it's still at table 2, slide 2. I'm not sure if it's not that you are struggling. And then I'm already on slide 4, Chair, which talks to the real background, where we are saying that in the Eastern Cape, Honorable Chair, we've really experienced, go back to slide 4, it's not classes, challenges, and the main reasons that have really been affected by the disasters over the years. Yes, we did experience some disasters in the Nelson Mandela Bay region, but mainly the region of Alfred, or Tambo, Amatole, Krisani. And these are really the rural district within our province that have experienced this. And we've really responded, Chair, in 2 ways. One is to provide temporary relocation units for immediate assistance, and after that, roll out a permanent housing solution to address the long-term need of these houses. But in most cases, as I've said, Chair, many of these houses are impacted by AMAD dwellings, which in most cases, when there is adverse weather conditions, they are affected, and it takes time because during the rains, they don't really fall. Once they are sunburnt, you do them, see them falling again in a few days. So that's really the background of the Eastern Cape, Honorable Chair. And if we move to the next slide, we're just exposing the honorable members to say over the period of years, there's not been a year since 2019 where the the department or the province has not been affected by the disasters. And if you look at those numbers, Honorable Chair, you will see the districts that are affected, but mainly it's those districts that I've referred to such an extent that we are now seated at that plus 20,000 just over a period of 5 years. As you know, Honorable Chair, even in June, we had experienced some heavy rainfalls around the Eastern Cape, affecting mainly the areas around KSD, and Mnuma, and where with more than 100 lives were lost in the province. But also, what we've also done, Chair, is to just provide at the latter a column just to say how much that would we need as a department to be able, in terms of these disasters, to be able to deal with them in order to provide a permanent solution. And we've put the number there of around 4.8 billion, around 5 billion rands that would need for us to be able to take all of those temporary shelters or people that have been left homeless to a permanent solution. We will expose later on the proposition that we've discussed with the national, and it has been presented at MINMEC, where a pilot is going to be done in the Eastern Cape in relation of having a more permanent solution. But Honorable Chair, if I go to the next slide, which is really the problem statement of the Eastern Cape, I think one of the honorable members did talk to the reliance on temporal interventions have proven inadequate. And these solutions, they lack durability, security of tenure, and do they not really provide a long-term solution? And we are hoping that when we present today, Honorable Chair, later on in the presentation, we will demonstrate what with national we are trying to pilot between the two grants that we have in order for us to be able to provide a more of a permanent situation. But we need, and we also need to make sure that the speed that we do the disaster in the province is actually, we bring more agility to it so that we can contribute to more community resilience and a social coalition. And I think the absence of a permanent features in our responses is an issue that we would want to discuss in this meeting. Honorable Chair, we are talking to institutional arrangements, and we are saying you do have the National Disaster Management Center. But I want to focus, Chair, as a province of the Eastern Cape. What do we do? Led by Kota, we do have the PDMC. In that PDMC, Honorable Chair, all heads of departments, of all sector departments are part of that, including of human settlements. And in that particular PDMC, it is also led by the HOD of Kokta and DDG in OTP. And we do have what we call, during disasters, a live operational center that all sector departments are part of that. That meets every day at 2 o'clock to get the reports in terms of assessments that have been done. And at 6 o'clock every day, when we do have the disaster, we do have then the Provincial Disaster Management Team, PDOC, that is also have all heads of department. So when we do have disaster at any given time, the operational center is activated. At that operational center, the head of disaster management center and the HOD and the DDG and the HOD of social development and human settlements are part of that operational center. And that operational center feeds on a daily basis to the PDOC so that we are able to have live reports, which we then present to our EXCO on a weekly basis in terms of the assessments that have been done. This we've established, Chair, even during the disaster, and we did very, very well during the disaster in June, where we coordinated this, and it went very well. And we're able to get reports, and we're able to get sector department to respond, and the accountability in those sessions is very, very high, and all sector departments is there. And critically, Chair, even our National Human Settlements Department does form part of that Provincial Disaster Management Center. If we move to the next slide, sir, Honorable Chair, where we talk to the types of disasters and our readiness to that. And we know that in terms of informal settlements, I think it's a matter that we need to discuss extensively. People that are living in informal settlements, they are really prone to disasters because in most cases they are living within the flood lines. Rural informal housing, which is your mud structures, and aging infrastructure within the townships, which results into drainage issues and areas that are prone to disasters. We are saying those are the areas. And also, as we've also experienced what happened in KZN last night, I think in the area of around Umgudluf, where you had hailstorms and so forth. And we are closer to the KZN province. So when you do get heavy rains around the south coast of KZN, you always get worried because our Alfredo region is closer to KZN. But we'll also demonstrate that in working with the South African weather conditions, we have seen where there will be likelihoods of rain during this particular December. Our preparedness, Honorable Chair, as we said, we have the TAs, which is a temporary emergency accommodations that we have identified within these areas that we are talking to. We have already panels. National Department has panels available for provisions of TRUs, has also got panels available for the provision of building material should we have, for example, fires in some of the informal settlements. As you know, Chair, not like the city of Cape Town where you do experience lots of fires within informal settlements, but we do get those and we are prepared in case of disasters or heavy winds to be able to provide building materials for those particular areas that are affected. And if you move to the next slide, Chair, we're just showing that in terms of the working with the municipalities as the province, our disaster preparedness plans, we are talking to all the regions within the province, and you will see that for the summer season, we are saying we are ready. We do have NGOs that we are working with, gift of the givers and so forth. But we are saying from where we are seated at the municipal level, the plans are there, the disaster preparedness plans are there, and those are inclusive plans for all sector departments in terms of how we respond. And all of these regions do have local jobs which sit immediately should there be a disaster. And if you go to the next slide, you will see, Chair, there. Therefore, we have all the municipalities through the PDMC have been made to submit what we call as municipal disaster preparedness plans, where they are able to tick boxes and be able to do that. And this is submitted at PDMC. And we are saying municipalities are ready with their disaster plans, and human settlements is part of those municipal disaster preparedness plans. And Chair, as presented earlier on, if we move to the next slide, the National Department, and I think it's a policy that we have, will deal with anything above 50 in terms of disasters, but anything between 1 and 250 at the province does become responsible for that. And we have set aside even for the next year's business plan, the 1% from the 2 grants in order for us to be able to assist in relation to that. But the amount of disasters that we've experienced in Eastern Cape have required us to ask National Department to repurpose or reprioritize our grants. For example, in the one that happened in June, we had to ask for 60 million on ISOPG, 60 million on HSDG so that we can assist with the disasters. And the National Department has registered with the South African Weather Council for us to have early warnings. There are 48 volunteers that have been appointed by national and workshop to respond to the disasters. In terms of the engineers ready for us, we have our colleagues at the province. National has also capacitated more engineers to assist in terms of the inspection and the passing of the TRUs, and the province is also using its own technical staff to assist in those assessment and in the approval of those TRUs. As I've said, we've also identified TAs within the areas that we have seen from the South African Weather Services that they might be affected with summer heavy rains. And also we do have a framework agreement as a province, which fast-tracks procurement in cases where we would need to extend because of disasters. And that framework is approved by Provincial Treasury. So we are good to go in relation to that. And we just go to the next slide, Chair, just to show you the summary just of the June disaster, the areas that were affected, the number of people that have been left homeless at that 4,724. We had partially damaged houses of 2,145. I think the question that was then asked by the honorable member to say that in relation to partially damaged houses, we do help and assist them within the quantum of a temporary relocation unit where we assist people to rebuild their houses. But really in terms of providing furniture, I don't think we are in that space yet as the department. And due to fiscal constraints, to be honest, Honorable Chair, I don't see us as a department be able to assist the communities, but I think it's something that as a sector we would want to take into consideration. But from where I'm seated, we do, when there's partially damaged houses, whether it's through 4 windows, do assist after assessment obviously has been done. We do indicate, Chair, that alone in the disaster of June, 461 million is required to assist in relation to the provisions of the TRUs. Hence, we had to reprioritize the 120 million as a province, because also from the national disaster, because of disasters that have happened in the previous years, they did not have enough funding. But I know that an application has been made to the national department and there is monies that are available to assist us. But the indication was that the national department, we had applied for something like 672 million, but we only got approved at 318 million, and for not only for the Eastern Cape, but for the entire country, which therefore still says that we don't have enough money. We're just demonstrating, Chair, as a note there, and the number of TRUs that we can afford from the 120 million, and we do have the balance of that 3,494, and we are hoping, therefore, in the approval, we can be able to get some to deal with that. And the question might be asked, why are you still building some TRUs? If you go back to that slide, why are you still building some TRUs? At least some people are really left homeless, and we have managed to move a lot of people that were in everyone that was in the TAs around Butterworth were able to be moved into temporary location units. I know in Amtata, there's only about 30 people that are still sitting in mass care centers, but we are able, because there's an issue of availability of land, but the municipality has identified land to be available for us to be able to assist. And we are saying the national department is assisting the question that was asked with assisting of those 2,145 houses in terms of with building materials, and it depends from a house to house, and after its assessment has been done by the NHPRC. And if you go to the next slide, we're also demonstrating what National has done in the province in terms of the provision of the TRUs, in terms of that disaster relief fund that they have. They've been able to build about 595. But it is important that because of the backlog, National has built this only from the 1st of April to date, but they have built in assisting the previous disasters, because there are a lot of people that have been left homeless. So you see that National is present in the province, and they built a 595 in those particular areas. I don't want to go word by word in terms of that. And if you go to the next slide, you will see then, Chair, we are just providing the detail of how then we then reprioritize the number of TRUs for this, the disasters in June. You'll see that we are targeted OR Tambo, which KSD is under 600 units, Amatole, and all other regions, just to make up to the 1,230. But you will see that in terms of my opening remarks, the regions that we said are prone to disasters are the ones that were also mostly affected. And if we go to the next slide, Honorable Chair, that is just talks to the progress of what we've done. But what we want to demonstrate here, Chair, is the availability of budget, hence the new proposal that we want to bring even to this meeting. We say this is how we want to move going forward. Talks to the fact that we are going to build these TRUs over a period of time. We still have to come back and provide permanent solution, because yes, most of the people that are affected and we are providing them are mostly people that are destitute within the province, are mostly people that have mud structures, are mostly people that are living within informal settlements. And I think maybe to address that question that was also asked by the honorable member, I think the colleague from the Free State was correct to say in the cases of disaster, in terms of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, everyone that is assisted by a disaster has to be provided with help, whether we provide them, put them in the TAs and so forth. But it does then, when we move to the next stage of disaster, becomes very, very critical that we do then require a documentation to be assisted. But if you look at the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, it does then put an obligation on us to be able to assist people that have been affected by disaster. And in terms of our policy and the human settlements, we have taken that into consideration to assist those particular people, because the most important factor is that they are human beings that have been affected by disaster. But here we're just showing a progress, Chair. You will see even in the next slide is progress that we've made in terms of the municipalities. This is Amatole district, and the next slide we'll be talking to the OR Tambos district, the mostly affected one, and then the others that are also affected up to slide 18. And if I go to slide 19, Honorable Chair, we are talking the issues of once we do have Eastern Cape is quite a rural province. Once we do have disasters, sometimes it's quite difficult to respond because the road infrastructure does get damaged. Hence, the existence of the PDOC becomes very, very critical in the province, because as sector departments, we are all then planning together because the terrain makes it very, very difficult for us to get to those rural areas. Yes, within the urban space, we're able to get there, but in terms of transportation of the material and the road infrastructure, knowing roads that do get washed away, low-lying bridges do get washed away, it does become a bit of a problem. But municipalities are assisting us to make sure that as a concerted effort, when we do have disaster, we're able to mop up the area and be able for us to have our service providers to have access to those particular sites. And we have worked very, very well with local municipalities in using their yellow fleet, and with the Department of Transport using their yellow fleets to create access in areas where we're not able to get, in order for us to provide the necessary assistance to the communities. The next slide, Honorable Chair, would also talk to, I don't want to, yes, the issues of budget are there, but I think the proposal that we have put to national, which has accepted, does address this issue of what do we then do with the fiscal constraints. And what we are saying as human settlements at the Eastern Cape is that rather than going for a TRU, and you get the money that you'll be using from the Emergency Relief Fund to build a TRU for 97,000, and then come later on, take HSDG and be able to put another 250 plus thousand to build a house. We have put a proposal to the National Department, which has been received very, very well. And that was also presented to MINMEC last week, Friday, and accepted to say, let's infuse the two grants. National Department, bring your 100 and your 97,000 rands, and then we would then bring a portion of our HSDG to be able to assist, so that we can be able to make sure that at least we do then deal with this issue of providing a permanent solution. I will just show in the next few slides, Honorable Chair, how do we say that because we are saying we understand there is fiscal constraints, let us maximize the grants that we have. We've been given leeway to use 1%, but let's take that money so it will be cheaper for the province to build a permanent solution, because I would have been subsidized by that money from the relief grant. I'm not sure. Yes, it's not what happened because the presentation has gone away. And we are saying, therefore, we are engaging with municipalities further to say they must move people away from low-lying areas. Bylaws must be enforced so that people are not building within the flood lines. And we are saying municipalities assisting a municipality to make sure that the aging drainage infrastructure, which does become a problem, because when you look at the disaster that happened in the previous year around the Utenic area, it was really because of issues of drainage. Had the drainage infrastructure been proper, the water would have passed there. We know there was heavy rains, but that remains a challenge. And we are saying, therefore, in terms of the USDG that we have in urban areas, we're encouraging municipalities to make sure, but also we're saying the municipal infrastructure grants and so forth must be used to make sure that the infrastructure within the municipalities is attended to. Chair, the pilot project that we are talking to, we want to do it within the KSD area, where we are saying all of those people that have been affected by disasters, why don't we take them into a particular area where we have identified land, take money from the Department of on the National Relief Fund and from us as Human Settlements, provide a more permanent solution. But what we need to do there, we need to make sure that we must balance the cost. We must look at the proper infrastructure that must be implemented there and be able to respond quickly in terms of that. But bring NHBRC up front so that we are able to get approvals. If you move to the next slide, you will see, Chair, that we are proposing different typologies. The Department of Human Settlements on the 3rd and the 4th of February next year is having an ISBT summit, because we are saying we must then be able to have a permanent solution with the suspended flow that will take a minimum of 60 days to complete. And then with the concrete form, take a minimum of 16 days to complete in terms of innovative, sustainable building technology. And even with the brick and mortar conventional approach, if we do all these planning issues in terms of disasters, have pre-approved, pre-enrolled houses, do the necessary geotechs around the areas, so that as and when disasters, we use existing geotechs, that the pre-enrollment with NHBRC is done, and therefore we are able to know that when we get to the Port St. John's area, what soil conditions are we talking about, that NHBRC does then pre-approve us, so that we can be able to be quicker in responding to that. And I think the summit that we are also going to have is going to assist us, but this is a pilot that we want to do within the KSD so that we can be able, and if it does work, Chair, we can be able to roll it to other areas within the province. If you go to the next slide, we are talking is that we would want this to happen quickly, be able to deal with this ISBT that will also respond to disasters, build sustainable houses. We know what kind of disasters we have in OR Tambo, and therefore build houses that are going to be resilient to those hailstorms, to those tornadoes that happen there. And then we want to be able to quickly respond with the permanent solutions. The proposal we're having, as we've said, Chair, this has received a very warm welcome from National, and it was presented at MINMEC, and I think we can be able to take it forward. That will assist us. If we move to the next slide, Chair, I'm not going to waste time in terms of the business flow on slide 24. I think the main aim is to try and avoid temporary shelters, and in terms of the state of readiness, and these are the issues that I've talked to, but social facilitation becomes a critical element, Chair, because our communities, especially in rural areas, they need to accept ISBT technology. and be able to make sure that they accept it and not the traditional brick and mortar. If you move to the next slide, Chair, we have gone to the South African Weather Services for the December, slide 26. And we are expecting a more drier than normal conditions that are anticipated in the Eastern Cape from December to February over the Alfredo and North high-flying areas. There is high probability of below normal rain within the Garden Route, Nelson Mandela, and Glencaroe areas. So from what we have seen and the expected conditions, we know this might change, Honorable Chair, but we are looking at a more drier December to November. And if you even look at the seasonal forecast between January to March, there seems to be that there will be above normal rainfall in Alfred. So Alfred, as I've said, is at the border of KZN and what we see in KZN. So we are trying to streamline our resources to be closer to those areas so that we are able to respond that. And we've identified TAs in those areas in terms of that. But as we say, we will respond to those areas and we put that. And Honorable Chair, just as recommendations in the next 2 slides, we are talking to the additional funding that we require. Hence, we're bringing a different business proposal because we understand the availability of money. And if we do get any additional money, we are targeting that we will do a further 600 in Lower Tambo, 350 in Alfredo, and 350 from Alfredo in the funds that would be approved by the National Disaster Management Center. And we are saying the province will allocate the 1% on both grants to be able to respond to those households between 1 is to 50, as is per our responsibility in terms of the national guidelines. And lastly, Chair, we are saying that we are at the province committed and we are ready in terms of us more being reactive, but we are much more, I think, in this time around prepared for any disaster that might happen in the province. Thanks for your indulgence, Honorable Chair.
Thanks very much, Nkosi Judy. Honorable Minister, MEC, do you want to add something?
No, Chair, I think the presentation fully covers all that we needed to say as the province. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Western Cape. Western Cape. Secretary, is Western Cape in the meeting?
Mr. Ali, David Ali, he's here, Chairperson.
Sorry, good morning. Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable members. The name is, I'm just trying to put my camera on. I think it's on now.
Continue.
Yes, Chair, Honorable members. So I just want to apologize on behalf of our advocate, Chantal Smith, our head of department, and our DDG, Lavika Skirman, who's caught up in other engagements. As you know, our department is now infrastructure, so they are just busy with other matters. My name is Brian Denton. I'm the acting DDG. And I'll ask my colleague, Mr. David Ali, to proceed with the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Greetings, Chair, honorable members, Minister in absentia, DDG, and colleagues present. My name is David Ali. I'll be flighting the presentation. I just wanted to confirm if I'm audible. Am I, Chair?
Yes, you are.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, our presentation is practically forward-looking. We did not consider some of the elements that Eastern Cape consider in terms of the past record of disaster incidents, but we are looking at what we have planned for the festive season in the main. Some of these slides, we've had some of the issues that are peculiar to all the province in the main, and we would want to look into giving you the purview of what are the kind of disaster that we have, what are the crucial areas that we look at when we talk about disaster in Western Cape. Just to give you a snapshot of the stakeholders that are involved in disaster in Western Cape. It's a responsibility of the whole of government in the Western Cape, whereby the Joint Operation Center sits and they manage the disaster through the command center and communicate all the information needed in that regard. I'll move to the next slide that gives the picture of different kind of disaster incidents experienced in Western Cape, from the fire disaster that could affect just your natural vegetation. It affects informal settlement. It affects our BNG or former buildings. Those are the things that we see in Western Cape. Flooding is part of it. Drought, heavy sea surge. We've seen chronic informal settlement fire, high winds and flooding. We have all those dynamics in the Western Cape. A typical gaps that we have is that when fire incidents occur in Western Cape, there's a surge of the rate at which the fire spread is higher because of the wind tides that also support the fire to move at the pace that is beyond the what is normally experienced in other provinces. So we're saying to committee that some of our challenges relates to the density and access to those informal settlement or into those high density area when you have to drive the emergency truck to go and arrest some of the informal settlement fires or any fires for that matter. We also note the influx in terms of numbers, in terms of number of people, straining the infrastructure that is available. In some cases, community dissatisfaction in the response time, which is also linked to access to those areas to be able to combat the fire. I'll move to the next slide, which speaks to what we as a province are doing in terms of our preparedness for the season period. We normally conduct pre-season audit of informal settlement fire risk areas. We look at the record of
Mr. Ali?
Yes,
you're
Chair.
talking about slides, but we don't see slides.
Wow, I need to start all over again. Let me just close the slides. Are you able to see the slides now, Chair?
No.
Wow.
Not yet.
And how about now, Chair?
No. But continue. If you face difficulties, continue, because we have received the
presentation. How about now? Let me just dial a friend to help me out. All right, let me just proceed if it's not allowing me. We are not used to Zoom, we're used to MS Teams. I'll just proceed with the presentation with the hope that you have the presentation in front of you. So some of the key activities planned is the pre-season audit of high-risk areas, which is done collectively with the municipalities, with the disaster management centers, and we'll normally flag that. We also ensure that provincial coordination with fire services and municipalities, which entails the human settlement component of the municipalities. Added to that is we encourage municipalities to identify converging points or centers for disaster-prone areas, so that when disaster happens, they have a dedicated areas where the community will need to converge and will be able to address them accordingly. We also look at positioning temporary housing infrastructure for fires, heat waves, and events, which is done through the disaster management centers. We have also secure response teams that are always on standby to assist in verification or in technical information to the municipalities. And that's what we normally strive to do. Added to that, sharing of emergency response contacts, be it the ones from national and the provincial technical team that support the municipality, is what we do as part of our proactive measures. In the past weeks, we've circulated mails of all those contact details to all our municipalities in preparedness for the season. The entire province coordinates and participates in the Joint Operations Center that feeds information, be it information from the weather services to all the municipalities and also to community structures that are able to prepare the community of what is expected. In the case in point is where we're expecting heavy rainfall. We normally use some communication medium to notify communities of what is expected and what is coming that is extraordinary in terms of the usual thing that we get in the province. So the slides that I'm projecting, it relates to preparedness to be able to alert, and the action plan is to be able to rapidly evacuate affected communities from disaster areas, provision of emergency shelters, which has literally been centralized to national, but with the recent MIMEC resolution that has decentralized for province to assist municipalities for up to 50 households. We'll talk about our own plan to be able to turn that around. In terms of water and sanitation, we look towards the municipalities to be able to provide needed emergency packages, which is water, sanitation, and electricity. We support the municipalities with funding to be able to unlock that aspect. And ultimately, in areas where we need to reach out to the national department through the emergency funding, we normally reach out to them for the packaging of the intervention. So the preparedness coordination from our side, as I've mentioned earlier, is that we create templates and we follow the procedures that are laid out for the municipalities to be able to report all incidents, be it small or big, or even those that they've responded to on their own, so that we are able to have comprehensive view to be able to plan going forward into the following years in terms of our preparedness. Details of our responsible officials at the national level are shared with the municipality. Details of responsible officials at the provincial level in terms of technical support and verification and assessment are also shared with the municipality. And this is the last slide, which is responding to how we intend to take up the opportunity that has been provided through the decentralization of the emergency response. We want to centralize our procurement in order to procure emergency kits as one of the basket of solutions that we provide when the emergency happens. So we want to procure emergency kits and deploy them to municipalities that have got storage space and that have also got security to be able to secure those emergency kits. So the emergency kit that we used to provide is only materials. We're now looking at modular emergency kits that has been packaged in form of panels, so that when disaster happens, you don't necessarily need to spend a lot of money in putting people in temporary shelter. The communities in Western Cape, I think their response, they behave differently because they want to secure their own space, the plot that belongs to them. So they don't want anybody else to come in and quickly take their spot. So they quickly want to build on their spot so that they don't lose the land that they've previously settled on. So the turnaround time is very important in the case of Western Cape because of limitation of land. Restore dignity to affected families in terms of how we respond, so that we don't keep people in community halls for long. So restoring dignity is part of why we want to say the response time must be with the speed of light, and that's why we proposing, and we've tabled this severally to be able to say this is our own response plan. We also look at the storage facilities. I've mentioned that, to be able to store the emergency kits that we procure through our 1% of the ISUPG grant. Reduce the vulnerability of citizens. We know that not all municipalities will be able to have storage space with security facilities. What we plan to do is to have critical municipality to be able to have the storage space for the emergency kits that we are centrally procuring. We want to develop an SOP that allows the municipalities that don't have storage capacity to go and, I don't want to call it borrow, to go and take stock from municipalities that have got stock, so that they'll be able to respond to the emergency while we replenish the stock utilized as we go on in every particular cycle of our business plan and funding essence. We want to be able to procure the emergency kit on a modular basis centrally, so that we'll be able to get value for money, and we also be able to look at the supply chain process to shorten that process for all the municipalities, because all municipalities, even if you give them funding or allocate funding to them, they will all need to go through separate procurement practices within their municipality. We want to centrally procure and deploy the emergency kits to all the municipalities that have confirmed their storage capacity. So in the process, we want to be able to mitigate the response time, the cost, and also be able to do accountability to be able to manage the stock. So every year we will have accountability of the stock left in the storage space, and reporting cycle will now be that we've utilized X number for this incident, we've utilized X number for that incident, so that when we have oversight and control of that particular database to be able to feed into future planning in that regard. In the main, this exercise that we're putting forward mainly affects the non-metro. The metro, based on the accreditation of the city of Cape Town and where majority of the disaster normally happens, they have access to different funding streams, which is the USDG and ISUPG, to be able to respond. And also with the capacity they have within the metro as well, city of Cape Town, they have more larger team to respond to disaster. So that's our proposal from the Western Cape side. And just to note, Chair, that this is just one of the proposal that we have on the table to respond. Other department, even Department of Premier's department, have got also capacity building initiative that go out through the Disaster Management Center to educate and capacitate our community. And lastly, we also did a study with the University of Stellenbosch that assisted us in developing a material, communication material, that gives guideline of how communities should build their shacks, what is the form of distance between one shack to the other that is allowable to mitigate some level of fire incidents. So those are the things that we do from our side to be able to be responsive and prepare for the season, festive season time. I see my colleague Brian Denton has got his hand up. That's the end of the presentation from our side here. Thank you.
Thank you. Acting DDG.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I don't want to repeat what many of the speakers already said, but just touch on the most important areas for us in that I think David or Mr. Ali already expressed that we are looking at a proactive approach as cited by the Honorable Member Abada. We're looking at that proactive approach. But there are some challenges, and I think regarding the policy, the centralization and the finalization of the policy in that regard. But Dr. Moemi really cited that that will be going out so that provinces can be more proactive in that regard. However, the fiscal constraints, the proposal by the Eastern Cape, we would like to piggyback on that because if you look at our budget in the Western Cape, we in terms of the budget cuts and 1% thereof, we will actually only have 1 million rand to service 24 non-metro municipalities. So there is definitely constraints there, Honorable Chair. Furthermore, regarding the non-qualifiers, that is a very big issue, and I think there needs to be some more research which would guide policy in this regard, because as much as the foreign nationals are protected in terms of our constitution, the human rights as such, we do involve our Department of Home Affairs once we have placed them to look at documentation, etc. But I think the biggest issue with the informal settlements where the bulk of these disasters do take place, and in Western Cape, as we call it at this time of the year, the fire season, it's persons that have already been assisted previously. Now, there was an issue cited where the policy doesn't make provision for those persons. So how do we assist them as such? There we need a robust discussion that will inform future policy. There was also cited the issue regarding policy where persons have existing structures in place. There is policy in that regard, Honorable Chair, in that the emergency housing program does make provision therefore. However, the challenge now, since the centralization of the implementation of that program, all focus was on the disaster as in informal settlements, but none of these formal houses, whether it was BNG or privately owned houses that was damaged, was prepared during this period since the proclamation in 2023, where the program was centralized. So there is a massive backlog. So the funding constraints will definitely come in there. But I do welcome the proposal by the Eastern Cape, but I think this should be something that the proposal of the Eastern Cape in how the funding can be remedied to an extent, that this must be rolled out from the National Department of Human Settlements as an option to all provinces. Thanks, Honourable Chair.
Thanks very much. Honorable members, these are the reports from the two provinces. Can I see whether members would like to engage. I see Honorable Gamede. And followed by Honorable Dlamini. Maybe in the meantime, let's start with Honorable Gamede.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm just looking at, I'm sorry, this thing. We are done with first state now. You see, Chairperson, this thing of dealing with number of department, provinces. I'm now looking for my input. Chairperson, no, let me quickly start with the Eastern Cape. I'm sorry, I was looking for my input. I ended up jumping to another, what you call presentation. Let me start with the Eastern Cape, Chairperson. The proposal combining the housing development grant and the disaster grant to provide permanent solutions is an innovative financing mechanism that deserves serious consideration, as it could also streamline funding and accelerate long-term recovery. I'm sorry, Chair, I don't know. Let me have that. Hey, I'm failed with the what you call.
Let's allow Honorable Dlamini to continue while you are sorting yourself out.
No, I'm fine, Chairperson. I'm going to jump to another gadget because the tablet is giving me challenges now. Okay, no problem. Let me quickly rush to my first question. What is the current strategy to rein funds and expedite the approval process for the nearly 840 million requested for outstanding TRUs and permanent solutions, considering the ongoing and chronic annual impacts of disasters? What lessons have been learned from the response efforts between 2019 and 2025 that could fundamentally reshape the department and also operational models to prevent the accumulation of such a large backlog unassisted households? Let me quickly rush to to Western Cape. Okay, in the Western Cape, how will the proposed emergency kits concepts be scaled and managed to ensure equitable, immediate, and accountable disbursement across various municipalities, particularly in high density informal settlements, without duplicating or misappropriation? Since the typical hazards are unique, like high winds, sea surges, and also wildfires, what specific tailored building methods or retrofitting techniques are being promoted for the long-term intervention phase to ensure new existing homes are resilient to the diverse arrays of risk? Chairperson, I would like to stop there at the moment. Thank you very much. Keep him for me.
Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you very much, Chair. No, mine are very short. One, to the Eastern Cape, with regards to the Bompini demolitions, what has been the response from the department? Where are we in terms of that situation right now? We saw it all over the media, people's houses being demolished. Can we just be appraised as to what was the response from the department, and moving forward, what can we expect in terms of resolution and remedial resolution towards that particular area? And then to the Western Cape, Knysna recently had fires. The MMC of Human Settlements of Knysna has brought it to our attention that the province has not responded, even when they tried to communicate by emails to say that there are houses that were destroyed by a fire disaster. The province has been unresponsive to that. Can you please respond to that? And what is it that you are going to assist the residents of Knysna with now that they had this particular disaster of fires? And have you allocated any budget? Was the investigations done? Was there a team that was deployed after the disaster happened? How long did it take you to get there, if you ever went there? And that's all I want to ask on my side, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Eastern Cape.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, on the question that was asked in relation to the lessons that we've learned, and how are we then dealing with the backlog from 2019 to date. Hence our strategy, Chair, to say that the provision of TRUs in cases of emergency is not a real solution. Hence, we are moving for a more permanent solution. Hence, the plan we had brought before the honorable members, that we need to do the proper planning activities, do the proper geotechs, so that as and when we have disasters, we are able to respond with a permanent solution. Coupled with that is that the issues around ISBT, and I did mention the issue about the summit that is coming up on the 3rd of the 4th, that will be graced by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa. I think it's a strategy from the department in order for us as the sector to embrace innovative building technologies, because those innovative building technologies allow us to have a quick response in building permanent solution. If you saw, Honorable Chair, in our presentation, we did indicate one of the ISBT with Sustainable Foundation, a permanent solution that can take up to 16 days, and also with a concrete floor that can take up to 16 days. And we are anticipating that if we do all the pre-planning activities, pre-enrollment with NHPRC, and have the panel of contractors available, we are then able to shorten the time of the actual construction from a period to between 21 and 30 days in terms of the normal brick and mortar. And I think, Chair, that hence the proposal we are saying, in order for us because we are not going, it doesn't help us to complain about the fiscal constraints and so forth. Hence, we are saying, therefore, let's use the two grants, the emergency relief grant, the HSDG. Let the two grants complement each other for a more permanent solution. The second question that was asked by Honorable Savini in relation to the Bongweni demolitions. First and foremost, Chair, we must say that that is a privately owned land farm that has been invaded. The matter has been before court for the last number of 10 years. And there is an order of court to demolish that. But I know that there was an application that was brought to halt the demolition by the communities that were affected there. That matter was going to be before the court on Friday. And I must be honest, Chair, that I did not get the update in relation to that, and I wouldn't want to I would want to investigate what the court. But essentially, if you look at that particular invasion that happened there, I think it's been over a period of 5 to 7 years now. That process has been there because the landowner does, in fact, complain to say that they are then responsible for payment of the rate as and when there is a building within that particular farm. Buffalo City Metropolitan Municipality is going to increase the rates because there's been improvement of that. And when we looked at those people's houses that are being demolished there, from the human settlements perspective in terms in terms of qualification, most of them would not qualify for us to assist them. But there, Chair, Honorable Chair, yes, people have their houses been demolished, and yes, they have invaded that land, and yes, that land, we want to put it on record, is not owned by the state; it's privately owned, and the owner brought the matter before court, and they got an order to evict, and the people there were given an opportunity further by the landowner to say that you've invaded the land, please pay at least the rent, and they refused, and then they implemented the court order accordingly. But then there was an urgent application that was brought before court to interdict the process of demolition, and that, Chair, really is, and my understanding was that the matter was before the East London High Court on Friday, and I don't know at the moment what would have been the outcomes of that, but I will investigate and be able to advise the Honorable Committee and the Honorable Member in terms of that particular one. But from where we are seated, even at the quality and the beauty of those houses, clearly those people won't be able to qualify for what we can be able to provide for them. But if they do, for example, qualify for first home finance in terms of the qualification criteria, and they come to the department, I think we will look into that. But at the moment, from where I'm seated, Chair, it's just those people, I don't see them qualifying for any houses. And as I've said, I wanted to put it on record that demolition was not government, it was privately done by the landowner. Thanks, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, HOD. MEC, do you want to add?
Thank you very much, Chair. I think, Chair, the HOD has spoken sufficiently, except to say that since we started dealing with the disasters, I think a lot of work has been done, not only by the department, but provincial government, in terms of tightening the collaboration between the different spheres of government, and hence the establishment of the PDOC and the participation of the department, because the greatest challenge on the speedy response was the coordination between ourselves, local municipalities, and other departments such as COGTA, etc. So those lessons, I think, the representation in our plan now is a product of those. And I think on the Bompini demolition, the HOD has responded, but on the areas where we have effected evictions as a department, we have provided land and temporary shelters, because in the Buffalo City municipality, there were illegally occupied houses in the resting areas, amongst others, and we have made those provisions for all those that qualified and were in need of those temporary houses. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, MEC. Western Cape.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Just in response to the first question from the Honorable Kamede, how is the emergency kits managed at municipal level? Firstly, we would, in terms of our business plan, set aside funding for municipalities to acquire. Mr. Ali alluded to the fact that we ensure that they do have storage facilities to keep them in place, so that in the event that there are any emergencies, it can be dished out or circulated ASAP. So, and they are also audited, and our project manager, which are technical persons, are also on site, and we do have regular checkups to see that those kits are in place. The second question regarding the type of system we have. The system we have is a modular system, as Mr. Ali alluded to the fact that it's panels, um, and these panels are easily put together, so that again the reaction time it's much shorter than to be casting. And like Eastern Cape, it takes 16 days to do the foundation. We also have raft foundations that we put down, which is a much quicker turnaround time. But the system that we do use is the modular system consisting of the panels. Then the question by the Honorable Dlamini, the Knysna fires, it's not fires that took place. This is a historic fire that took place in Knysna. And the houses affected were all actually repaired. I think what the application we received from the Knysna municipality was regarding those persons living in the it's an area known as Karatra. It was an old forestry station. So there is still persons living in that hall. How are they going to be assisted? And it was also a general application in terms of houses, which I referred to earlier, Honorable Chair, where the houses were damaged. This is formal houses that was damaged. And because of the centralization of the policy, we could not assist. So there is an application in now. And as soon as we get the final green light from our national department in terms of the policy, then we can look at those cases. Obviously, keeping in mind there is the budgetary constraints. But the specific families in the Karatra Hall, I don't know exactly what the numbers are, but we will, as soon as we get the policy directive, we can proceed and looking at that, Chair. Chair, if I could maybe just ask, I don't know if my colleague, Mr. Ali, wants to add anything in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think the part that I will touch on is linked to the first question in terms of the rebuilding of any incidents. I think one of the elements that we're trying to eliminate when we go on this approach is that most of our technical officials, when things happen, they are forever being taken away by going through procurement exercise. So this approach will eliminate that and allow the technical officials to be able to assist the communities by providing technical support in line with all the studies that has been done on fire, on reoccurrence of the same incident, so that when community build their structure or their shack or whatever back into the area, they put those elements of safety into the rebuilding, so that there is technical support provided during the build-up time when the communities are rebuilding with the modular options that are being provided for, so that the turnaround time is being looked at. At the inception of this approach, we were having 500 plus minus to deal with this matter with the 1%, which is about 5 point something. Last year, it was 300 million, which is about 3.2. But next year, we're only having access to ISUPG that is up to 106 million, which is 1.6 million to do this exercise. I think the call for adjustment to the prescribed 1% might also be what we want national and ourselves to be able to discuss and look into, so that to implement this approach would not be hindered by the funding that is available in the system to be able to do that. Lastly, in terms of the availability of the kits to all the municipalities, the quantum in terms of what the 1% can buy in year one is what the department will buy and deploy to the municipal storage capacity. The following year, it's going to be a multi-year exercise. The following year, we'll go to the municipalities that did not get access to it because of funding in the next financial year. And that's how we will be able to stockpile for all the municipalities that are needed. And the SOP that I've mentioned earlier does not necessarily mean that the municipalities that are not having storage capacity will not benefit from the modular. They will simply go and take stock from the municipalities that have got the emergency kit, modular emergency kit, and will replenish the stock of the municipalities that have utilized through sharing or utilizing the emergency kit. I think that's for me, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Abada.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to both the Eastern Cape and the Western Cape for the presentations. But you know, we still come back to the same thing where everything looks brilliant on paper, but you know, actually getting to what we have to do is another level. So I think a lot of the questions have been asked, and it's basically, again, like I said earlier, it's the same things. So I just have a few comments and recommendations to both provinces. And to the Eastern Cape, firstly, the department has normalized crisis. Families live in permanent instability because government has allowed temporary shelters to become a long-term solution. This is not disaster management, it is a disaster recycling. And having said that, I must commend the Eastern Cape for wanting to get rid of the TRUs, and they're working closely, to combine the two. So that, a brilliant move on your side, because we've been saying to get rid of TRUs because we literally waste money on TRUs. And then the Eastern Cape's disaster response reflects systemic failure, poor planning, chronic underfunding, weak contractor oversight, and lack of urgency in delivering permanent housing to the poorest households. So, again, it's just, I must commend you again for, being proactive and bringing up these things and trying to work on rectifying these problems. So, and for nearly a decade, the province has watched the same districts drown, collapse, burn, and wash away, yet infrastructure upgrades, relocation plans, and durable housing solutions remain painfully slow and grossly inconsistent. And my recommendations are immediately, which you've already done, is the TRU, so we won't go on that one. And then implement a provincial consequence management framework, blacklisting failing contractors, enforcing penalties, and auditing all disaster-related procurement to eliminate waste, delays, and possible corruption. And this is something we've also been speaking about all the time. With everything that we do is, look at the contractors, blacklist, it's the same thing. And then fast-track geotechnical investigations, land identification, and relocation planning for high-risk rural informal settlements to ensure families are removed from danger zones before the next flood season, not after disaster strikes. And that's what we say. Let's start working before the disaster happens. A disaster and an emergency is something that is not planned. This is literally planned, And then to the Western Cape, the plan reads like a coordination briefing rather than a readiness strategy, full of communication protocols, but thin on actual deliverables that will protect families on the ground. And again, I must commend the Western Cape for wanting to looking at the way the Eastern Cape is doing things. So let's learn from one another as well. Relying on municipalities without addressing the lack of capacity, political instability, or infrastructure constraints makes this plan vulnerable to failure before the festive season even begins. The long-term solutions are aspirational but not operationalized. No budgets, no milestones, no implementation responsibility, which means vulnerable communities remain exposed to the predictable disasters. And my recommendations are require municipalities to submit weekly readiness reports and incident updates with the department empowered to intervene where there is non-performance, move from seasonable readiness to year-round fire safe upgrading, risk mapping, buffer zone creation, and structural redesign of high-risk settlements. And then lastly, allocate a dedicated audited provincial fund for temporary shelters, fire safe upgrades, emergency kits, and rapid response operations, removing dependency on municipal finances. And when we're saying temporary shelters, that's for the emergencies. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you, Chair. To the Western Cape, I'm not speaking about historical fires. I'm speaking about a fire that happened on the 10th of November in Knysna, Ward 7, in Endameni. That's the fire I'm speaking about. Could you please respond to the emails of the MMC of Human Settlement in Knysna to assist with the recent fire? I'm not talking historical fire. If it was historical, I would have alluded to that. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Western Cape.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable Dlamini, we will look into it and I will report back to yourself in that regard. Thanks, Chair.
Eastern Cape, you want to comment? There were no questions for that matter. There were just comments. Do you want to comment?
Thanks, Honourable Chair. Indeed, there were comments. But on the issue of blacklisting of non-performing contractors, as a province, this matter is treated very seriously. It is presented through the CBC. It goes to the Cabinet Committee and presented on a monthly EXCO meeting that we have. So as a province, the issue of blacklisting and restricting poor performance of contractors at the level of EXCO, all departments must report on that, and that goes to the cluster system through the sub-CBC and goes through a cabinet. And Chair, on the last one, in relation to the upgrading of informal settlements, yes, we are, Chair, moving all of those people that are in category C informal settlements. And yes, the issue of availability of land in some of those areas, it does become an issue, but the province is prioritizing removing all of those people that are in category C informal settlements, especially those in low-lying areas and in flat lines. And we are working closely with the municipalities to make sure that proper bylaws are implemented and people are able to move away from category C informal settlements. Thanks a lot, Chair.
Thanks very much. HOD, if I can take further the issue of blacklisting of contractors, which is recommended by honorable members. But can we make sure that as a department, we are not contributing to their non-performance by not paying for work done? Because we receive a lot of complaints that especially in Eastern Cape and Northwest, the way you are structured, the regional or district manager, director are the ones who must recommend payment. And when there are issues there with the contractor, they don't pay. I know of contractors who have not been paid for the past 3 to 4 months. So I'm just saying, before considering blacklisting of contractors, let's make sure, and I'm saying it to all provinces, let's make sure that we are not contributing to their non-performance by not paying for work done. I'm not sure whether you want to comment on that, HOD.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. Indeed, Chair, Honourable Chair, that we the rules for restriction, because those are submitted to National Treasury, and the competence of actual restriction is with National Treasury, and there are certain requirements that you must meet. And indeed, Chair, we are making sure that contractors do get paid. But it is important, Chair, what we must also make is that in order to manage performance, and actually performance being the completion of the houses, we are very, very strict as a department, because lots of contractors, because there's a lot of money in foundations, they're going through a lot of foundations, and we have put a system into place that 5:5, that for every 5 foundations you must have 5 completions. And we do pay those, but I agree with you, Chair, that we would never go restrict and contribute to people being poor on contractors or not, but it's purely on contractors that meet the criteria for blacklisting. Not only blacklisting, some of the contractors you don't have to blacklist, some of them you restrict because there's quite stringent requirements in terms of the treasury regulations and framework. But certainly do agree with you, Honorable Chair, that we would not contribute to such. Thanks.
Thanks very much, honorable members. Thanks very much, HODs and leaders of delegations. I don't see any more hands. It means members are content. I think what we take from the meeting is that our provinces are ready to deal with the disaster should it occur as a result of rainy seasons or fires, because in the Western Cape and part of Eastern Cape and Northern Cape, we usually experience fires during this period. In other areas, KZN and so on, Northwest and so on, Gauteng, the issue of heavy rains. But as a portfolio committee, we are assured by provinces that we are ready to deal with the issues of disasters. However, there's an issue that we need to review policy so that we make sure that we are effective in dealing with these disasters. We need to work closely with the Weather Bureau so that we are not necessarily always reacting. Of course, it's a disaster, you may not predict it, but Weather Bureau sometimes they guide us so that we are ready and planning better, so that we are not always reacting. And in terms of the discussion, I hear members and other provinces endorsing the intervention plan that they are of Eastern Cape, which they are going to pilot. Even last week, the DG told us about this pilot, because yes, looking at the figures given, you can see that we spend a lot of money on temporary things instead of spending that money on a permanent solution. And even on temporary solution, we are still lagging behind. In terms of the presentation, we still owe to build TRUs for citizens who experienced disasters in 2022, 23, 24. And we're saying this is an emergency intervention. So we need to look at our policies and make sure that we close all the gaps. Another thing is the issue of geotech. I'm not sure who's doing geotech, but it is in most cases a stumbling block, because we don't know where to build. If you build the site, in terms of your report, you are told about geotech, instead of doing it well in advance, so that by the time we want to use that land, we are well conversant. And there's also an issue that was raised of systematic failures, that a person is able to benefit many times because our systems are unable to detect them. So it means we need to close those gaps on our systematic failures. The issue of delegating in terms of emergency intervention, delegating to provinces, and the intervention by national, because this is not a conditional grant like the DDG said. It's an allocation to the national department. I think, like the minister promised, that will be further discussed and a solution will be found. But generally, we are happy with the assurance that provinces are ready to deal with the issue of disaster. I'm going to allow provinces to do the parting words, 2 minutes. I'll start with the Eastern Cape MEC.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. Let's appreciate, I think, both the question and the council from the members. The disaster response really does require collaboration, and we appreciate, I think, the support and the oversight that is provided by the committee. We've taken, I think, the comments and the caution by the members to heart, particularly as far as the efficiency and also the agility in how we respond to disaster, how we manage those projects to ensure that the communities are adequately responded to, not forgetting the backlog. Most of what we have presented here is as a result of the lessons that we have learned in the previous disasters, and looking for more permanent solutions and doing more with the forever shrinking budget that is available, Chair. We also appreciate, I think, the support from the National Department of Human Settlements. As you know, we are implementing the function together with them, with the emergency funding that is sitting there. And those teams are forever with us, be it in our district jogs and the provincial jogs. And I think we've been able to respond, particularly in the Mthatha one, because of their support. So we want to appreciate the opportunity provided to us by the committee to come and present our plans, and also the engagement that we have received from you. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, MEC. KZN, I know the MEC is no longer with us. Is the HOD still here? KZN. Okay, seemingly the HOD is gone. We can go to Western Cape.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I think it's already evident and thank you for giving us the opportunity to engage in this regard. I think it's already evident that in terms that there will definitely be more collaboration between provinces in terms of what the presentations that's been showed, that we can learn from each other, and also to our national department in terms of recognizing our challenges and how we can fast track any policy stumbling blocks. Also from the members, the proposals that's been put in place, we take heed of that, and we will make work of it as soon as possible. Thanks very much for the opportunity. Thanks, Honourable Chair.
Thanks very much. I'm told MEC Eastern Cape that in the new year, we're coming for oversight we're coming to your province for oversight. And like I said, the program next year starts in January. Once we are allowed to say you can go, so I'm just saying it to you so that you are ready. You must not say we are ambushing you. We'll be there in the first quarter, possibly, of the year to do oversight. Free State, do we still have a delegation from Free State? Yes, Ms. Yeku.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just to state that Free State is ready.
You have many gadgets around you. Yes, continue.
Sorry, Chairperson. I think it's this.
Doesn't work. You have other gadgets open around you. If you move out of the boardroom to another room, you'll be fine. Because the mic of the boardroom is still open. Yes.
Thank you, Chairperson. I went outside the boardroom. All I wanted to say is Free State is ready, and we have relationships with our PDMCs and with our municipalities, and hoping that the training and the discussions that we'll have on the 9th of December will strengthen the relationships that we have and actually get us ready for any disaster that might strike. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I know the DG is not well. He's told me that he's consulting. DG Ngaka, are you still here?
Chair, I'm still here. Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, I do want to appreciate the engagements we've been having with the provinces and yourselves, so that members can then find comfort in knowing that provinces are ready to respond to the disaster incidents as and when they happen. Chair, we also want to appreciate the presence of the MEC Lusiti as well as MEC Duma. They were able to make time in their busy schedule to avail themselves for these engagements. Especially the two MECs are actually responsible for big portfolios in their provinces, but at least they were able to sit the meeting through. Thank you, MECs and the MEC KZN in absentia. Chair, we will be making a follow-up. We'll work together with the Free State Province, Honorable Dlamini, on the outstanding repairs that you have mentioned around the Windberg area. We'll do likewise with Western Cape on the Knysna matter, but we'll also try and engage the Western Cape colleagues. I think when they were presenting, they indicated that the warehouses that were previously damaged, and they're saying nothing has happened. We did indicate in the previous engagements last week, Wednesday, Chairperson, that we have requested provinces to submit all outstanding where there has been incidents and interventions had been delayed or nothing has happened. We received that information from other provinces. Western Cape, the HOD did call to request for an extension, so we will then attend to that as soon as we receive that. Chairperson, I want to assure members, as it was presented by the HOD and MEC Eastern Cape, it also affects KZN. There were outstanding TRUs, and for KZN and Eastern Cape, even the material supply. We had challenges due to budgetary constraints, and I indicated last week, which we also presented at MINMEC, that Cabinet has since approved with the support of National Treasury. HOD did indicate that we applied for 600 plus and we only were given 300 plus. We have started with the verifications in Limpopo. We are partially complete. We've partially concluded the process. Where we've completed, we are busy procuring. Some of the teams have since moved to Mpumalanga to do the verification in those outstanding areas. Honorable Dlamini, you raised that quite a number of times. So we have colleagues who are on the ground. They'll be moving to KZN and Eastern Cape to conclude the process in those areas. We have received quite a number of incident reports, Chairperson, particularly in the Western Cape. We have, I think, 4 or 5 teams that are on the ground doing the verification. And we just given an indication and assurance that we are attending to the incidents that happened over the past week and during this week. And on that note, Chair, I want to, on behalf of the DG, appreciate once more the engagements and would like to thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, DDG. We will still request you to follow up on Mem Sipeng's issue with the city of Tshwane so that we get progress. She has written to us requesting for progress with her issue. And just to check with Northwest about the progress with regard to Ndate Khasho's building, because we were promised that Ndate Khasho will spend Christmas in his house. So if we can just make follow-up, you can just notify the Secretary of Progress so that members can know. And when they ask our members can be able to respond.
We'll certainly do that, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me also thank our visitors, our delegations from provinces, Eastern Cape led by the MEC, KZN led by the MEC, the state led by the DDG, and Western Cape led by the acting DDG. Thanks very much for your time and for the information given. We will continue working together as we do our oversight. Where citizens raise issues with us, we'll definitely expect responses from the provinces. But we are happy that you assure us that we are ready for the disaster should it occur during this rainy seasons. Thanks very much for your time. Enjoy the rest of your day. You are released. The members will remain dealing with the last 1 or 2 items. Secretary, can we fly to the minutes?
Hello, Chairperson.
Yes, Secretary.
Are you able to see?
Yes.
Okay. We are going to deal with 3 sets of minutes today. It will be 19, 21, and 26, Chair.
Okay.
Okay, now on the screen is 21st. Sorry about that.
Okay, let's continue. Scroll down. There are the minutes. Honorable members, minutes flighted on the screen. I think the set of minutes was sent to you. I'll take minutes as read. This is the meeting where we got briefings from the SIU and the briefing from the department with regard to the country office, UN Habitat. Are there amendments, corrections to the minutes? No corrections, no amendments. Can I get a motion for the adoption of the minutes of the 21st November. Honorable Kakakile.
Thank you. Adoption of the minutes.
Honorable Kakakile moves. Honorable Magagula.
Thank you, Chairperson. I do second, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks very much. The next set, Secretary. This is the minutes of the 19th November, where we had a meeting with Shra, and we also raised an issue of NHBRC as it appeared in the media. The set of minutes was sent to you. I'll take it as read. Any amendment corrections? I don't see a hand. Can I get a motion for the adoption?
I move for the adoption of the agenda, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Frenchman. Honorable Abada.
I second, Chair.
Seconded. Minutes adopted as a true reflection.
No, Chair.
Yes, Honorable
Chair. Yeah, Chair. The mover's proposal for the adoption is not valid because she refers to the agenda and not the minutes.
Sorry,
So
I will start again.
she
I move for the adoption
was absent-minded.
of the minutes.
As a sleep of
Okay, Chair.
As you get older, you have a lot of sleep. Let's look at the last set of minutes. Minutes of the 26th November. Where we were discussing, we were getting briefings about the readiness for disaster by provinces. Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Northern Cape, Northwest, and Gauteng. Any correction, amendments? I don't see a hand. Can I get a motion for that? Oh, Honorable Ditebe.
Chairperson, I move for the adoption of the minutes and not the agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any second now, Honorable Kakile.
Chairperson, I second. Ready, Tabe, how we get so much Bitriana? I second the adoption of the minutes, not the agenda.
Yeah, thanks very much. Minutes as adopted as a true reflection of what transpired in our meeting of the 26th November 2025. Next item, Secretary.
Chairperson, that was the last on the agenda. The next item is closure from your side.
Okay. Honorable members, like I said in the beginning, that this is our last meeting of the year. And I've just received communique from the House Chair that he would want to receive draft, what do you call it, Secretary? Draft program.
Itinerary. Is it?
Yeah, what do you call it in your language of Parliament, Secretary? Is it a program?
Draft program of the first term, Chair.
Okay, draft program of the first term. I said because the House Chair wants it to be submitted by the 5th, which is Friday. So as a committee, we may not be able to look at it, but I said we'll work on something with the Secretary between now and tomorrow. Maybe it can be circulated to members, for members to make their comments before it is submitted on Friday. Ideally, if we were briefed on time, we would have presented the program in this meeting for members to adopt. But we just got that information by yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. So pardon us for that. But once there's a draft, fortunately, with the program, it's not cast in stone. Whenever there are issues we need to attend to, we can always amend it, even if it is approved. Like I said, we are issues that are outstanding, like the report from SDA, the report from SHRA. You'll remember that in our last meeting with SHRA, they said they need time to go and do their workshop. So those are the issues that will be prioritized. We have an outstanding KZN oversight report where the DG was represented by DDG Nana. Secretary, if you can start engaging DDG Nana so that we know the progress in terms of implementations of the decisions of the committee. Also the Northwest Oversight Report, so that we also look at the implementation of the resolutions. I think the DG there was represented by DDG Ngaka, so that we don't lose track of those things. Tomorrow, honorable members, I'm invited to meet with the House Chair to discuss our envisaged study tour to Brazil. I'll hear what the Chair says about our intention. We've submitted an application to him. If he has concerns, we'll hear what the concerns are. Members will be duly briefed if there are issues that need the attention of members. And tomorrow also, Office of the Chairperson will be meeting with the leadership of Communicare, just to understand where they come from, and also try to persuade them to suspend the envisaged what do you call that? Evictions. Yes. Then members will be briefed accordingly. I also briefed the minister about the issue of Tlano and Communicare and AKH, Ahmed Kathrada House, which we visited, and the minister has undertaken to make sure that she also plays her part with regard to those issues. Having said that, are there announcements, Secretary?
No announcements, Chairperson. Just to say goodbye to members. See you next year.
Thank you, Chair. Chair?
Yes.
I'm not making an announcement, I'm saying when you asked, so I was ahead of myself, so I was already thinking the itinerary of Brazil. Now it turned out that you're talking about the program. So I have to take care of one for the sake of Honorable Dlamini, so I was somewhat ahead of myself. Yeah, but thanks, Chair, for basically just continuing to lead us on those issues. Just my one issue, if Office of the Chair kindly could just liaise with the police, because while we are talking of houses that are being swept away and others being flooded, of course, putting families in distress. As I said, nearby those communities, there will from time to time be large bodies of water which put lives of children at stake. And I'd really like us to, on a collaborative basis, look at the issue of the safety of people with the Portfolio Committee on police. I know they deal with lots of issues, and they might not really be thinking that resuscitating the diving unit at SAPS is an urgent and important thing. But I've witnessed it, Chair. This other boy, basically, his body was in the water overnight because, he could not be found. And the family camped there with the community, of course, until he was found. And when you look at it, these things can be solved. So I thought maybe we need to talk about it next year sometime. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, let's put it as part of our program. We'll just see when to fit it, because we need to talk to the Portfolio Committee on Police and agree on a suitable date for both committees. I'm going to allow members to, because it's our last meeting, I'm just going to allow all members to say one word or two, because we'll only, unless there's an emergency that arises, we'll only see each other next year on the 13th of January. Honorable Abada.
Thank you, Chair, and for giving us this opportunity to say the last few words. Firstly, though you're in function, Chair, I thought we would like to go together, but anyway, it's already. But I just want to say thank you. Thank you to the team. I think we've done very well this year. And, I've always said to everybody that, I look at the other portfolios and I see what goes on with the other portfolios.
Can't
We have
hear.
an amazing team. Oh,
Honorable
can you hear me
Abada.
now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you are better
Can
now.
you hear me now? Okay. As I was saying, when I speak to, when I hear the portfolios and I hear how they do things, we have an amazing team. So, to every single one of our members, and to you, Chair, because it's your leadership that allows us to be the people we are. And, so we've done great work this year. When I look at where we were last year compared to where we are this year, we've done an amazing job. And I only hope that next year is going to be a better year. And, the thing that we don't fight makes us amazing. We may disagree, on different, on the way we do things or the way we want things done. But at the end of the day, we all compromise and we all come together. So thank you to every single one of you for making my journey easier and for allowing us to be a family. So thank you. Wish you all everything of the best for the rest of the year, and please stay safe and take care of yourselves and your families and enjoy this time with everybody. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to everybody.
Thank you, Honorable Khakile.
Thank you, Chair. It was a very busy year, but very fruitful. And let me thank all the members for the unity. Even though Bugameda Zenagwa they reject. On that note, Merry Christmas and prosperous New Year for all of you. Rona ra tsamaya ka Saterdag le ntate Dithebe re ya holidaying.
Ke utlwile hore le ya somewhere, le ya kae?
Hai ra and got again short left.
Oh. Bon voyage.
It's right Betty, I wait.
Honorable Poole. Honorable Poole. It's not here. Honorable Gamede. Honorable Gamede.
Chairperson.
Yes.
Yes, Chair.
Oh, you were not concentrating. Can you wish us a Merry Christmas?
Merry Christmas, Chairperson. To you all members. Take care of our people on the ground. We'll meet next year. Thank you.
All right. Honorable Frenchman.
Yes, Chairperson. I would like to thank the committee for making, this committee one of the best committees. And I'm grateful to have met all of you and look forward to another year of success. And I wish you all a beautiful, beautiful Christmas and a blessed New Year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Makagula.
Thank you, Chairperson. And good afternoon, everybody, Chair, and the members, our support staff. I think 2025 has gone far or too fast. I would have loved that we could continue until the 25th of December, but unfortunately, Chair, out of my own making, we have to come to a year end and come to go and have a rest. But I wish everybody in this team or in this committee a very safe a journey for wherever we're going to. Like the two members who will be going somewhere over the holidays. I wish them well, and I wish everybody to have a lovely Christmas and also a prosperous New Year. 2026, I think it's gonna be a very busiest, as we're starting very early also. And in this committee, we don't sleep, we work 24/7. I wish even next year would be holding each other's hands and work as a team as usual. I thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, that you are also guiding us, and we are like our parent in this team. Continue like that, and we are not discriminating against anyone. Even Umakatsi knows that, and the princess also. Thank you, and have a lovely holidays, members.
Thank you very much. Honorable Damini, is she here? She's already gone. Honorable Ditebe.
Chairperson, greetings to you and honorable members once again, and our most reliable and dependable support staff. Chairperson, let me echo the sentiments of the honorable members. First of all, on your sterling and unifying leadership role in this committee, with all the diverse voices, opinions that we have, but nonetheless, you are able to constructively manage contradictions that arise from time to time. And looking from outside, those that do not know our different political persuasions would be excused for thinking that this committee consists of maybe only two political parties because of your very sterling role that you play. And we would like to see this continue in the new year, because in the end, while we have different political persuasions, it is important for us always to remember, in particular, the preamble of our Constitution, which speaks about recognizing injustices of the past and placing front and center social justice, fundamental human rights, and democratic values. And this relates, of course, to the issues that we deal with from time to time of transformation. So whether we're talking economic or social transformation, recognition of injustices of our past is always important to remember. And our mastery of and knowledge of the policy fabric and the laws that pertain to the portfolio that we exercise oversight on or over is important. And indeed, we are looking forward to the new year. May we all enjoy this break, short as it may be, because we are coming back early in January to serve our people once again. And thank you very much, Chairperson. I hope that, as I said, we will still be able to manage those contradictions, persuade one another, because at the pedestal of everything else in terms of the basic needs of our people is the need for us to improve their living conditions. And thank you very much once again. Indeed, on a lighter note, Honorable Kigakule and I will, Chairperson, not be able to join you at the NGC this coming week. Unfortunately, we have to travel to Thailand to the water conference. And yeah, hope that we will bring everything with us that will be of value, because we cannot talk human settlements without talking life, which is water, without talking dignity, which is sanitation. Thank you on that note, Chairperson. Thank you once again.
To which country?
Thailand, Chair.
Thailand, all right.
Yeah, the province of Bangkok.
All right. Phuket. All right.
We won't do whatever other prohibited stuff there. We'll just focus on water and sanitation. It can be infamous for these other things.
Let me hear from DG Kosi Makumalo.
Good day, Chairperson and members. I don't have words to thank you enough for having me in this committee as an adopted child. I'm grateful for a pleasant working relationship we had with the committee. I must say that this was the most productive year for us, with the members that are very warm, that are very welcoming us, treating me for for one as your own daughter. I'm very appreciative. Some of us are still in a learning curve. You are the role models to us, and I think you have really shown that to me. I'm grateful to Koliswa, who had allowed me to be a sister in this committee, KC, who is making sure that the members are well taken care of. I'm very grateful, Chair. I don't have enough words other than to say thank you very much. Have a great holiday.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Mr. Buyani.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Again, of course, we have stolen most of my words, which I wanted to say. But for one, from the ministry point of view, looking back and comparing and contrasting, of course, the performance of various portfolio committee, where one then, without necessarily mentioning names, we know what happens, across other committees. But yeah, there is a mutual respect and mutual recognition of understanding the fact that one is not here to serve a particular political party, but to serve the people of the country. And I think from where I'm sitting, looking across, even though at times there will be those moments between, Titebe or I won't mention names, but even the questions themselves are not necessarily meant to be of destructive in nature, but more of constructive. Even the manner in which one engages with our entities, it's not antagonistic, but looking towards more of building. And without saying, sounding like a broken record, Chair, to say that it is only through but your leadership as the chair, then that where the committee is. And I think I once shared this with you to say there can be no other chair, for times like this, for human settlement portfolio committee, other than you. I'm new in the environment and I've not worked with any of you, but the way in which that you have embraced me, and I do not, sometimes I also feel that I am, part of the member of the portfolio committee, even though I'm from the ministry, but then it's that warmly reception, that fatherly figure in you, and the mothers out there, Minister Franz, member Franz Mans and Raminis and others, the level of acceptance. So other than that, I can only say that we do not have an option to drop the ball. And I understand that next year, possibly, years to come, it's going to be local government elections. There will be fierce, contestation among portfolio committees. And then I think then that people and members can then understand to then say, actually, what is our purpose of being in this portfolio committee? We are not here to serve any particular political parties, but here to serve, the people of the country. And you've clearly demonstrated that. So that being said, enjoy Christmas or New Year's or whatever holidays where one goes to till we meet next year. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. KC.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would just like to say it's great working with in the 7th Parliament. This committee is the best committee because all the other members want to come to this committee because we don't have problems. We solve things on a very quick action. We have a very quick action time frame and which works, Chair. I would just like to wish all the members a good rest. They enjoy the New Year and the Christmas that's upcoming shortly, and all the eating that they must do. I just want to say thank you for making it a good, busy year, and that we did not have any problems. I accounted for all the funds. I have no stress with regards to that. I just want to thank the members for understanding. Also, Chair, the members should have a good rest because January is going to be a busy period. Thank you and enjoy the holidays.
Thank you very much. Tsepo.
Good day, honorable members and colleagues. Chairperson, let me first say I have found the committee and which has actually kept me going and encouraged the committee to be characterized with members who are warm-hearted and in fact have created a warm-hearted environment, a environment that is encouraging and environment that is not only encouraging but also empowering in so many ways. And your style of leadership, chairperson, in managing the contradictions that we always see on a daily on a daily basis, but that we always see in the committee. That's very empowering and bringing about growth. I'm sure to most of us, and particularly us, coming a generation that is coming after you. And for that, Chairperson, I wish that spirit to continue within the committee, and hopefully that everyone next year will come back. Hopefully everybody will all come back next year and continue where we have left. And with all these words, I would like to wish you everybody a happy new year and a prosperous new year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I know you have not worked with us for long, Doctor, but just to wish us a Merry Christmas.
Yeah, before Doctor goes, Chair, can you allow me an opportunity? I'm on the road and I'm struggling with connection.
Yes, I've been calling you and you were
Sorry,
not.
Chair.
Honorable
Chair,
Poole.
yes, from my side, I want to say thank you to the Minister, DG, and the whole department for allowing us as members to have robust discussions, but also providing us with answers. Then, of course, Chair, our team. What a wonderful team we're having, and amazing bunch of people. You, Chair, as our Chair, thank you for your guidance, your leadership that you show through this year. And yes, I want to wish everybody just a wonderful festive season. Be safe and enjoy your families. And yes, that we come back at 2026, refresh and do what we're supposed to do. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Poole. Doctor, this is our researcher. I know most of us might not have seen him. We introduced him virtually the other day. I think this is the second meeting he's attending of the portfolio committee. But obviously, because you're a doctor, you might have already made views about us. Doctor?
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. Thank you very much for the opportunity, not only just to join Parliament, but this committee at large. I can attest to some of the words that have been uttered in terms of the leadership of the chairperson. To say that not so long ago when I joined, I received a courtesy call that on its own showed the dedication from the chair in terms of his leadership role and capabilities. As I promised on the phone call, Chairperson, that I am here to serve. I will continue in assisting the community, the committee in knowledge generation, but also the synthesis of evidence to make informed decisions. So thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nobala.
Good afternoon again, members. Chairperson, I'd like to thank you first for your leadership. I must say it is my first time to work with a male chairperson, and wow, I enjoyed the chair because your leadership gives me space to and airtime to be able to address members, to address the committee. Chairperson, I would like to thank the members of the committee. They are so helpful. They do assist when there is a need to do so. Chairperson, I would like to thank the minister, the DG, and the departmental colleagues, especially Makumalo and Ubele, that I'm working with on a daily basis. Chairperson, this committee is the best committee. You'll find or you'll hear from other committees that there are quarrels, there are this and that, but in this committee, there is no such a thing. This is a committee where everybody speaks the same language, where there are some issues that needs to be resolved. We do so in a very professional manner. This committee chairperson is the best because of you, because of the members, because of the colleagues and the support that we are giving to it to be the best committee. Chairperson, I would love to thank you all in this committee. I would like to say for those who are going abroad, they must bon voyager, and they must bring us some good things from Thailand. Chairperson, I wish everybody in this committee, I wish everyone in the department as well, and the PMG also, they are always part of our committee. I would love to thank for their support, the chairperson, in most times when they need also assistance from us, we do assist. I would like to say Merry Christmas to everybody. Enjoy the festive season. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much. I think I've covered everybody. Anyone I'm leaving out? Honorable members, our staff members, our colleagues from the department, ministry, and DG's office. It is always good after a year to reflect on the year that has passed and to correct whatever mistakes we might have committed. So don't be afraid to make inputs to correct where you think we may have missed the point, so that next year we become even a better committee. Continue contributing into the welfare of the committee, into the life of the committee. Suggest whatever you want to suggest as part of our program, because we are a collective. A program is not only the secretary's responsibility, but let's continue to input. I want to say it has been nice leading you this year. I hope you'll still behave likewise next year and the years after. Indeed, to echo the words of all of you, that this committee is not a difficult committee to lead. I led a committee on police in the last term. I served in the sports committee. I served in the Transport Committee. I think this committee is a sober committee. But it is so because we have a good working relationship with the DG and his team. We have a good working relationship with the minister and her deputy and their team. So we're always a team. Whenever you want to talk to the minister, she's available. Whenever you want to talk to the DG, he's available, and his DDGs. So like Honorable Poole said, we are a bunch of good people. So let's take care of ourselves during the festive season so that we all come back to this committee. We just want to, once again, lower our banner for the fallen members of the committee, Honorable Buthelezi and Honorable Stole. We were working very good with them. However, tragedy struck us. There's nothing we can do. Like these Christians say, it is God's will. But we really miss them. We really miss them because they were good members of the committee. Having said that, members, let me wish you all a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. We're coming back to Life of Parliament on the 12th of January. On the 13th, we have a plenary meeting. But it is also possible that we may undertake the trip to Brazil late January to early February. As Mr. Ditebe and Ms. Kakilo will be coming back, they'll meet us on the way going to Brazil. They'll decide whether they turn back and go with us or they proceed to go to Free State.
I think we must leave them at home.
We'll be back.
But we want to wish you that you travel very well to Thailand and come back in one piece. Strengthen your relationship there. I know you tried in KZN. You didn't strengthen it very well. Strengthen it there. Honorable Abata will complain.
What relationship? Young Chair.
Working relationship.
Okay.
And any other. Thanks very much.
Already, Tebe.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year till we meet again next year. Enjoy your holidays with your families. The meeting stand adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to everybody.
Thank you, members.
Bye.
Bye.